Hello. Hello, welcome. We're about to start here in a few minutes. Corbel, how's it going? How you doing? I remember you from, I think, last stream on like Thursday or Wednesday. No? Tuesday? I don't remember when I streamed last. This week's been weird. I got 2 birthdays this weekend, so it's been a mess. How you doing? How you doing, Corbel? Let me get the music off so I can stream on YouTube. One day I'll learn how to not stream music to YouTube. How's everyone doing? It's nice Saturday afternoon, barely afternoon. We got the early stream going. Saturday is good. Yeah, we're gaming. I hope everyone had a lovely week. Hold on, I just got a notification. Okay. Yeah, I think we're ready to go. All right, let's play 1,000 Year Door. I've never played this game before. I've only seen videos of it 15 years ago, so I only remember like the key moments of the game. That being like the Yoshi you get can be different. That's about all I remember of that part. The final boss I remember, and like Twilight Town, and then the first big boss I think was the other one. All right, hello. Why is Iggy? What are you doing up there? Get down here. Why you up there, my guy? Hello? I don't know why he's up there. Oh, it's like, hold on. There we go. The whole window got moved up. I don't know how that happened. Does that mean, hold on. If I go to, no, that's okay. The whole window just moved up. Okay, we're good. It's fine. Hello, we're playing the game. It's been a while since I played a Switch game. Is my fan on the? Okay. We shouldn't overheat because the fan is on, so it's all good. Alright. Sup, Sarah, hello. How's it going? We're playing Paper Mario. I've never played this game before. I hope the audio's okay. It's kind of loud for me, but as long as it's fine for you guys, that's all that matters. So please tell me if things are... Oh, yo. Dude, it just came out with a bot. What the fuck? It just drops immediately. That's what a bop, dude. It's 4 files, dude. I haven't played a Nintendo game with more than 1 fucking save file in years.
Get a load of this nerd yap.
Wow. Hold on. Why is the chat not working? Chat box, come back. Where'd the chat box go? Hello? Dude, the chat box is gone. It should be... It just disappeared. What the fuck? Hold on, give me 1 second. I gotta get it back in my life.
Draconayr.exe has stopped working. Yep.
There we go. Fixed. I just gotta put it where it lives. There we go. Hello! Draconayr.exe. I like that it took it as a link. An error has occurred. Alright, welcome. Also, hey, what's up? Dior. How you doing? How's everyone doing today? I will moderate. Yeah? Alright, let's play the little game. With the fucking wild ass music, dude. I'm gaming. I'm chilling right now.
Look at me. I am the Yip Yap of this ship now. I am Yip Yip Yap.
I'm going to tell you the story of the 1,000-Year Door. An awfully long time ago, in a strange and far-off land, a big... Okay, the other one was too slow, but that one really went. A town where people lived very happy lives. And it was said that the town was very prosperous. Oh, look, little fish guy, hello. One day, tragedy befell this place. A great cataclysm struck the town and its people. Darkness filled the skies, and the earth roared and shook. It was as if the very world had come to a violent end. What the fuck is going on, dude? That sucks. And in a single night, the town sank into the depths of the earth. Sucks. Many moons rose and set. Stories of the town passed into pages of fairy tales. And when the town site no longer held relics of its past, people gathered at that spot to build a new town. But word soon spread among the people who moved in that an ancient city lay deep underground, and that a magnificent treasure rested there. Indeed. Indeed. This is the tale of the fabled treasure of Rogueport. This is where it begins, in the sea town of Rogueport. The tale of the quest for the legendary treasure. And the 1,000-Year Door starts here. Wait, I'm playing the... I mean... I guess it's a sequel, but I mean, it doesn't matter, right? Like, it's not directly referenced in any way. Finally, I have a minute without Toadsworth, blah blah blah. I came all the way here on a holiday, only to be stuck with Toadsworth. It's so stifling. Once in a while, I'd like the chance to look around on my own and see what I want. There she is. Our Peach. Oh my god. Shasha. Thanks you for following. I can't read the dialogue. Go on. It's too fast. Oh, can I finally advance it myself? Shasha, thanks for the follow. How's it going? I hope you're doing good. Oh, Missy. Won't you buy something? I have a wide assortment of knickknacks and doodads, but that is the special favorite. That's a pretty box. What's inside it? This box holds a map that shows where to find treasure. But the box has a magic lock on it that will only open for a pure and noble heart. As you can see, it won't so much as budge if one such as me touches it. You're good? I'm glad to see. Ooh. If the box will open for you, Missy, then you may have whatever is inside. Go on, hold it. I suppose you could try opening it. I'm not. This isn't suspicious at all. And then she died and she was never seen again. Dude, this looks pretty. I don't remember what this game used to look like because I only saw YouTube videos 15 years ago, but this is really pretty. Mail call. Dude, I love like flying male creatures. Like I really liked the Pelipper in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon that would fly in and like shove his face into the like dunk, you know. No, I gotta get Luigi. Hey bro, check it out. A letter for Princess Peach arrived for you. He's like, it's very robotic. I'll just read it to you. Let's see here. Oh god, I can't read that, dude. Cursive?
Totally
I learned
suspicious
cursive.
or potentially evil intention cloak figure. No, never yet.
No, never. It's totally not like the basis of every D&D story. It's like a strange cloaked person in the corner of the bar, you know? Hello there, Mario. I am now on holiday traveling in the Mushroom Kingdom. In my travels, I came across possession of a mystical map, a treasure map. It was inside a box I got from an old merchant in a town called Rogueport. Since it would be too difficult for me to try and go find treasure all by myself, I thought you could help me hunt it for you. I thought you could help me hunt for it. Okay. You will, of course, won't you? I've included the map with this letter, so please bring it with you when you come. I'll meet you at Rogueport. That means you must come. Or die. Perish. What do you know? It's true. There's a weathered map here with the letter. Check it out. But... oh my god, a map. It looks like just a map of the area.
Bear spotting yap yap.
Oh my god, dude, the water, it's pretty. It looks just like in Sea of Thieves. Here we go. Prologue. A rogue's welcome. Sea of Thieves is fun. I played a little of it. It was okay. I don't like multiplayer stuff a lot. So when they added the like solo seas, I had a lot more fun with that, just adventuring around with my buddies. But I didn't play a lot of that either, really. I think I fell out of Sea of Thieves before. I'm supposed to advance that. I think I fell out of Sea of Thieves before I really got super into it. It's really pretty. I think the best part of Sea of Thieves is just how everything looks. It's gorgeous. Like all the water and stuff is gorgeous. Excuse me, sir. Please wake up. The town you've been speaking of has come into view. Look. Oh, Mario, the sleepy boy. There it is. We'll arrive shortly. Please prepare to disembark. Dude, they got like a little like Animal Crossing style, like, you know. Oh, look at the little pirate bomb, dude. Fuck yeah. I must apologize. Our arrival was delayed. Are you quite sure you want to disembark here? I did tell you all the sordid tales about Rogueport. Now we're here. You say there's a princess? Of course, sir. Well, if that's what you think, I won't stop you. If that's what you think. You will get mugged. Oh, all right. The physics in this world will be fun to play with. Here I am. It's me. Oh, I already have the hammer. Sick. Let's save so I don't have to deal with that again. I know what a save does. Take that. Oi, welcome to Rogueport. Bit of a nasty place, eh? You got guts coming here. You look a bit green. So I have a wee bit of advice on me. Hit the save. Okay, I'm not gonna talk to any of these people. They're just gonna tell me. This is the remake. Or wait, I think it's a remake, not just a port. Get away from me. Oh shit, it's our favorite. I also remember Goombet. That's the other thing I remember. And she's gonna have the Cali girl voice, and that's just how it's gonna be. Hold on one second. I gotta do something real quick. There we go. All right. Come off it. Oh wait, big blundering guy. Oh, come off it. I know you're a nosy book nerd, so don't play dumb with me. That's his voice now. It will change. I guarantee. His voice will change. I've seen you walking around town asking for information about the crystal stars. Oh yeah. His voice also cracks. He's like, no, I'm doing the asking, so be a good little student. Tell us what you know right now. I don't have anything to say to you, creeps. Ew. I love doing the Cali girl voice. I suppose it wouldn't be right if a sassy little ass like you met with an untimely demise. Buh. We're taking the firebrand to our fortress. As you command, Lord Crump. What a name. Stop right there, you weirdos. I'll scream. I'm coming to help. Like I go anywhere with smelly losers like you. Oh my god. What do you think you're doing, chump? I mean, she hid behind me. I'm just a passerby, to be honest. The Crumpa Bomb. Oh dear. Oh shit. Here it comes. Tutorial combat. Mr. Man. Just dude, she talks like I do in real life. This is, I feel called out by it. Jump on him and hit him with your hammer. Okay. Okay, now we get to figure out how this works. Oh, okay, okay. I forgot that it was easy. Okay, this is tutorial stuff. I don't really care that much. Oh, get wrecked, loser. Let's try the jump. You've got him on the ropes. Dude, I'm so good at guarding. Fuck yeah. I'm a freaking gamer, dude. Oh, dead. Crushed. You did it. Oh my god, you got star points. Why did he like flop? What's happened to his head there? Oh, he's like tilting his head because he doesn't know. Okay, I see. When you get 100 points, you'll go up a level. Don't forget that. Okay. Woohoo, I did it. Got a couple of decent shots and I'll give you that. But unfortunately for you, that means it's go time. Oh shit. Where'd all these people come from? Dude, we're getting jumped. What the hell? Punish him. Help. I need help. How does this get resolved? Oh. Oh, cool. Let's just sneak out of here. All right, cool. Bye. What? Stop. Stop. Ha, you fools. Where'd they go? Johnson, did you see them? They bolted. Yeah, dude, you kind of just jumped all over yourself. It was very easy to run away. You totally saved me. Thanks. I've just got to give you a little reward. Oh, heck. What the hell? What's the secret agents doing? What's going on there? My name is Gabella. I'm a junior at the University of Goom. Nice to meet you. So, who are you? Mario? You mean like the famous guy? I can't believe I met you here. Anyway, no offense, but it looks like you just rolled into town. Oh, there they go. Oh shit, they're beating dudes up. The boss sends his greetings. Dude. They just jumped a guy in the middle of the street. Oh shit, dude. We got some mobs going on. I already hate it here. There are freaks and weirdos everywhere. I know the place is called Brogueport, so I should have expected it, but sheesh. I'd never come to a place like this if there weren't some legendary treasure here. Oh my god, I'm also here for the legendary treasure. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What do you got there? It's a map. Oh my gosh, is that a map? You have to tell me where you got that. Princess Peach? Great hoogly woogly, if it isn't Master Mario. Bit of a coincidence bumping into one another in this sort of place. Tell me, what in the world brings you to this wretched burg? Princess Peach. Indeed, Princess Peach sent you a letter and a treasure map. And she told you she'd be in Brogueport. Intriguing. You're asking me where she is? I was about to ask you that. We stopped in this town to acquire a spot of fuel for our ship, don't you know? I only took my eye off her for a moment, but as soon as she did, she vanished. You know how headstrong she is. I just assumed she'd be back momentarily. But at this point, I fear we must embrace the possibility that she may never return. Never, dude. You really gave up. You're just like, oh, she's dead. I'm feeling better with you here, Master Mario. Surely we'll find her.
I know my place, and this is not it. I leave this task to you. I believe I'll recline in the inn right over there and enjoy a spot of tea. In fact, I highly recommend it, particularly if you find your HP running low. Just drop in. I'm hilarious. Anyway, a little rest there. I must say, the rest of this town is a bit rough. Okay, bye.
I was expecting a little bit more from that dialogue, or from the ending there. He just kind of left. Did you mean like Peach the Mushroom Kingdom? The princess who always gets nabbed by Bowser? The one you rescue? Oh my god. Princess Peach sent you the treasure map? Whoa, this is like really intense. Where could she have gone? You think maybe she got sick of waiting around and went to find treasure on her own? Oh, I know. Come with me. One of my professors is researching what treasure. We'll show him your map. If we start looking for this treasure, then maybe we'll find some clues about Princess Peach. Great, we're all good then. Let's go. Oh my god, Goodbye will join the party. What can she do? When you approach people or objects, you may see an icon. It happens, you can press to learn more about the person. Oh, she's the lore book. That's Gunther. He's always complaining about being swindled. Well, just don't get... Sometimes I feel like everyone in this world should play RuneScape to learn how to not get scammed, you know? This is Rogueport Square. It's the center of town on the main business. It's a crossroads where many people meet, including more than a few shitty characters. This is where everyone gets mugged. Sometimes you'll learn interesting tidbits. I've mastered them. I have already, and I know her in and out. She can jump attack with a head bonk or look up an enemy's HP and weaknesses. Boop. We gotta go find my professor. Since I just got to town myself, I don't actually know where he lives. His name is Professor Franklin and he looks like this. And then she speaks an image into... Before I forget to mention it, from here on, if you ever feel lost or confused, try pressing the Z. Let me make you to share any info I know, which might help us figure out what to do next. This button? Okay. Hello, are you Gunther? We'll give you advice and stuff, so he's okay. Okay, often as possible. If you press R, you can check your current HP. I can't believe you didn't know that, dude. What an idiot. Oh my god. Get a load of this guy. Hello. That's a lazy Dugan. He owns shady jobs that he expects to pay well. East side. Oh, cool. Thanks. Thanks, bud. Imagine living in this town. Dude, the music in this game is a bomb. No, my coins, that bitch. Some people are so rude. Well, he stole my shit. Fuck back here. Freeze! Don't come this way. Just bummed that they made me lose a contact lens. Uh-oh. Do I move? Do I wait for her to look for it? What do I do? Oh, I tried to leave. Oops. Sorry. This is your fault, not to buy a new contact lens. Fine, if that's your plan, here's mine. I want to block the gate to the west side so you bring me a new contact lens. Okay. Oh, shoot. Well, I guess that's it. That's it for my life. I've just discovered that jump and interact are the same button, and that's gonna be a mess, I've decided. That's gonna be a problem. I hate when buttons share the same features. I cannot tell you how many times in Oh, this is probably his house. I can't tell you how many times in Final Fantasy 15 that I tried to talk to a person and just jumped in their face. There you are, Professor Frankly. What's up? Who's there? Who wants me? Ah, yes, you. Now you, wait for it. Just a moment. Don't tell me. Silence. I'll get it right. He's also just me in real life. Not Goombrill. Zealous Goom. Oh, I've got it. You're Goombella. You were in my archaeology class last year. Wow, yes sir, that's me. I'm Goombella, a junior at UGoom. Goombas. Goo. Button segregation. I just don't want talk to be on the same button as like a common action. Because like I said, Final Fantasy 15. Did that audio not play? That audio didn't play. Hello? Give me a second. I gotta fix that. I don't know why that... All my shit's broken today for some reason. Sound.
Have fun with your nerd game. I gotta go get loads of food for snacking. Bye, yap yap.
Okay, bye. I hope you have a wonderful day. Bonk. Are you bonking me, dude? Oh, is it because it's on the overlay again? Hold on. Well, I just ruined that. Yeah, I think it's because it's on. Hold on. What did I have? Give me a second. I probably had it on something weird. What the hell? Oh, where's that's why. Where's my mix it up audio? Where's my thing for it? What the hell? Dude, why is my shit broken? I don't know why it's broken. Give me a second. I gotta... Bonking the software? Yeah, dude, it's just... I don't know why this happened. Okay, here we go. Hide that. Hide that. There's the game. Hide that. Hide the live split. The fuck did it go? What? Hide Spotify. Whoops. Dude, I hate technical difficulties. Why does this always happen? Where'd my thing go? Interactive. Oh wait, do I not have... Is it just not here at all? Oh, hold on. No, it's not in here at all. I gotta re-import the browser source. What the fuck, dude? No wonder the sound's not working. It's just because the source removed itself. Okay, now... Okay, so that worked. Now I just need to... Okay. Now we got kobolds. And then now we can do... Close that. I don't need to save it. And then this should now work. Hey, there we go. We got audio. I don't know why that happened, dude. It just removed it. All right. Let me do that a few times because some other people did it and it didn't go through. So we'll do. There we go. We got 3 of them in. There you go. I wish I could make the GIF or the video look nicer. It's like 30 frames. Like damn. All right. I'll have to see if I can make that look better. But of course I remember you. Not to toot my horn, but I'm pretty good at remembering. You though, you stick out in my mind because you were such an exceptional student. And that guy behind you is who? Mario, Professor. He's Mario. You know, the famous one. Oh, my apologies. I'm such a bookworm. I haven't a clue about what's hip right now. In any case, what sort of errand brings you two all the way to a place like this? We were hoping you'd tell us about the legendary treasure. I thought that if anyone knew anything about it, it'd be you. Of course I know about it. The reason I came here was to study that very subject. But why do you tykes want to learn more about the legendary treasure? You know, most say it's little more than a fairy tale. Archaeologists and historians have to search for truth in those fairy tales, though. Me, I believe the treasure truly does exist, and I really want to find it. Good point, well made. In that case, I'll cooperate with you however I can. First of all, we should start by addressing what the legendary treasure is. Some say it's an infinitely vast treasure hoard, while others say it's a magical item. Some books say it's actually a monster, while others claim it's an empty chest. So many different theories. Obviously, it's impossible to find the truth along them. But all agree on one point. To find the treasure, one must have the crystal stars. The crystal stars? To find the treasure of yore, take the 7 crystal stars to the 1,000-year door. That's how the old saying goes, and with a rhyme that's solid, it must be true. I love children game logic. It rhymes, and it's a good one. Therefore, if you want to find the legendary treasure, you must first collect the 7 crystal stars. Hey, I researched some of the written lore behind the treasure, and it kind of matches that old saying. Hold the magical map aloft before the entrance to the 1,000-year door, then the stars will light the way that lead to the stones of yesterday. The stones of yesterday? Is that referring to the same crystal stars? It must be, and we're in luck. It seems the 1,000-year door is located somewhere beneath this very town. Yet the critical piece of puzzle, the magic map, is lost. If only we had that map. I have it. We do have it, Professor. Well, not we, but Mario has the magic map. What? Really? You have it? Could I just take a look at it real quick? I won't run away, I promise. I don't have arms. He just ate the map. He's like, this is it, the real thing, the one and only. You, son, are my hero. You're great, fantastic, wonderful. With this map, we can look at the crystal stars just by holding it up in front of the door. Right on. Good golly, what are you doing? Go! Take the magic map to the 1,000-year door. If we must go this instant, I'll lead the way to the sewers under this town. Okay. So I lost my money because it got stolen, and then we stepped on someone's contact lens. Well. It just fell off the screen, dude. I love it. I kind of wish B was jump. I've had quite a few hoodlums below, so keep your guard up. Would you two like to practice your action commands before we descend? No, I'm good. Chilling. A master, are you? Maybe you ought to practice them once just to be safe. Nope, good. I'm chilling. A bold young lad. A quick refresher. When your partner attacks, match what you know on the screen. While the guarding per se in time with your opponent's attack. If you remember that, you'll be fine. Just stand on the pipe and per se. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. All right, here we go. Into the sewers. Can I change the controls, do you think? Y doesn't currently do anything. Oh, and X does. I guess what I would do is switch jump and hammer, probably. And it's just the same of me hammering people by accident instead of talking to them. So I don't know if that's actually like a real solution. So I guess we'll just accept it and move on. Oh, hi. Hello. Welcome. I am the lovely fortune teller. Which you seek is my humble job. While you have the shining stars will shine that which I see. Shall I see something for you? Oh, that's okay. I guess that's probably telling me where to go. Okay, I guess we'll go the other way then, because I don't see any way to progress. You think it's cool to just waltz your way into our underground? You surface level snobs are so stuck up. Oh, I get to see the sun. I like to breathe clean air. Ooh. We're gonna teach you some manners. I'm gonna crush you. Is this your greeting visitor? You must have learned it down there because that's gross. I don't know what what she said. Too good for fight? Failing for Tulsa. Let's stay out of the sewer. Nobody doesn't start a fight with us. Nobody. All right, I'm going to crush you. Okay, he's gonna tell me the different. Okay, I know this too. You can only jump on the flying Goomba. You can only hammer the spike Goomba. I don't care. Okay. Oh, shut up, dude. You can press Y to change the order you attack in. Okay. I guess that'll be useful later. Can I not choose who to jump on? I guess you can only hammer whoever's in front. Okay. That thing to switch who goes first, useful immediately, I think. Too late? What do you mean too late? Sweet. I guess it just lowers damage by 1. Get wrecked. There we go. It might have been actually, I think I pressed it too early. 10 points, hooray. Is it 100 for a level up, probably? Oh, thanks for all the coins. Later on, losers. That felt awesome. Plenty more. Okay, yeah, that's just tutorial fight with stuff. Yeah, cool. Okay. That actually did help me. I forgot about that. Okay. I also remember what these platforms do, so I know I can't do anything with it yet. Oh, he jumped. He was like, oh, I'm not going to fall down here. Boop, boop, boop. Here we go. Crushed. Magic 8 Ball. Pizza? You may rely on it. Oh, I got distracted. You distracted me with the pizza. Easy.
Get wrecked, yip yap.
Yeah, the magic 8 Ball distracted me. Get crushed. I guess we don't learn about the audience thing yet either. Combat's easy, dude. This game's easy. This is an easy game. I'm gonna beat this game so fast, dude. Oh, I got a mushroom. I got an item. I don't care. This is gonna stop me from... Okay. Wow, the range on that's actually a lot bigger than I thought it would be. Easily distracted? Not so good. I'm very easily distracted. Dude, my mind moves at a million miles a minute. The one time that I experimented with being under the influence of the devil's lettuce, I was unable to have a bunch of my thoughts at once, so it was like one at a time. And that's how I learned that I'm just like so easily distracted. Oh, it's a little guy. Okay, bye. Oh, the heck. Oh, I guarded it though. Get wrecked, loser. Dude, I love the little guy. Durgi, Logba, hello. Oh shit. Okay. How's it going? How you doing? That scared me. I almost didn't block that. All right. How's your Saturday? How you doing? Didn't transform into a dragon, but I'm okay with that. Well, now that you're here, you're gonna turn into a kobold instead. That's actually how that works. What is? Oh, I need to blow at this with a different party member, I think, right? I'm having a good weekend. Yeah, I mean, it kind of just started, but I'm doing really good today. We're playing Paper Mario. I've never played this game before. I've only seen it, and that was a while ago. So a lot of the content of the game I don't remember. Mostly just the key points and moments. That must mean you're the hero of legend. Only the great hero can hear my voice. Everyone else, nothing. It's true, it's just science. Yeah, it'll turn into a kobold. I actually recently, I saw on Twitter, I think Sushi Dragon got a new follower notification where it's a YCH that turns into a kobold. And I'm so mad I didn't think of that first, because that's been my whole thing ever since I started streaming, was all of my viewers are my kobolds and my horde, and that's like the whole thing. That was my theme, and I just didn't think of it first because I'm bad at thinking of new things, and I'm so sad that I didn't do that. And now if I do it, it's copying him, and that's kind of what I ended up like I wanted to do the kobold cheer, and I had that plan that was unique to me. And then I saw that he did it before I managed to figure out how to do it. And I was like, well, now if I do it, people will think I'm copying him, even though I had that idea first. Totally individually of them. And then I said, screw it, because I decided to just do it anyway, because I had the idea individually and I just was slower. Am I a pizza? Most likely. I'm probably delicious, though. But yeah, I do want a follower notification. I want some sort of notification of my viewers turning into kobolds, because I think that's really cute. But that's way down the line for now, I think. Long ago, an evil spirit cast a curse on me, locking me in this chest. I've been here ever since, waiting a long time for the hero to come by. Anyway, what brings a hero like you to a place like this? A word with you. I'm not exactly confident that we can trust this chest. I think it may be best not to mention that we're looking for the crystal stars. Well, drat. I just said it out loud. What's wrong with me? Searching for the crystal stars, are you? So you really are a hero. Gotta go, gonna play Baldur's Gate 3. Okay, have fun playing Baldur's Gate 3. I hope you enjoy your day. You're definitely gonna need my help if you don't need those bad guys. So first, you should look for the key to this chest and use it to get me out. Well, I know where it is. I know my vote goes to you finding that key. I'm sure it's around here somewhere. This is what the key looks like. I did see it. Big second box says no picnic. I'm counting on you. Okay. So now I just have to get the key, because I know where it is. Oh, I just have to fall down and grab it. I'm stupid. Okay. Hey, I found it. Oh my god, that was so hard.
Bark.
That sounded really good with the kobold. Text to speech is really good. God, that's fine. Thank nothing. Wee fools. Oh shit. Ah, you fell for it. I burned you. Instead, I'm gonna spread a little suffering I've endured in the stupid box. These are the breaks. I'm gonna cast an evil, terrible curse on you. Boogly woogly woo, you're cursed. I'm gonna start saying that to people I hate. Dude, I got so tricked. Oh my god, the chest, the totally suspicious chest that was gonna totally help me. A trap? No. Boogly woogly woo, you're cursed. That's such a good line, dude. Enjoy the curse, sucker. You get what you deserved. You want to hear all about the sweet curse I just dropped? Oh my god, dude. New curse just dropped. Want to check it out? From now on, if you press Y in certain areas, you'll turn into a paper airplane. Oh my god. Your days will be suffering. You're doomed. I guess I suppose I owe you an explanation. If you stand on an airplane panel, the floor will glow. Now you're on the panel. Press the button, and you're a paper airplane. You'll control. The plane will rise if you tilt, and then go forward if you. Oh, is it just normal? Total aerodynamic humiliation. Dude, do children know what that means? I did it. When you've had enough, press B to deplane. Dude, oh, this curse that you can choose when to go in and out of. Oh, you're so doomed. Do you fully understand the perils of this curse? Yeah, I'm good. Farewell. Whoa, goodbye. Look at my. Wow. What was that guy's beef? I don't know, but it's. I feel like he's not a bad guy because maybe he wants to be a bad guy, but he just is like inept. You know? I did it. I did the thing. Oh shit, there it is. That's the door.
Mario, Goombella, look!
Dude, it's really pretty actually. Is that the 1,000-year door? I can't believe it's real.
The legends are true. Come, move closer.
Oh, I can't go up there. That's lame. All right, here we go. I have the map. Show me where to go. Oh, what's going on? Oh. Ah, it's bright. Jeez. Ooh, a castle. And a star is there. Flashbanged. Yeah, that was pretty bright. I feel kind of flashbanged by that. Mario's learned a special move that you can use. Sweet treat. Oh, that's right. Okay. The map. What was with all those strange lights?
It looks like information related to the location of a crystal star. In that shining light, it looks like mysterious power was given to Mario. One way or another, we should return to my place and study the map closely.
Please take me back automatically. Thank goodness. I'll walk all the way back.
Aha, I see.
You understand it?
Of course I do, and I shall explain. The first thing to know is, this map is truly astounding. This map contains radar-like functions, showing us the location of a crystal star. It looks like the first crystal star to be found in a place called Petal Meadows.
Petal Meadows?
Yes, the area is a vast meadow that lies far to the east of Rogueport. To tell you the truth, I've always thought the place was tad suspicious. The name Petal Meadows did come up from time to time in my research.
So we'll go there. Does anybody know how to get there or what?
I'm fairly certain that somewhere beneath the city is a pipe to Petal Meadows. If you could just find that, you'd get there instantly. Pipe travel's efficient.
He's slowly becoming more and more like unhinged as I voice act him.
By the way, Mario, I'm curious, how did you get that map anyway? From Princess Peach? Really? Her Highness sent it to you? This is Princess Peach.
This wouldn't be her, would it? And then he speaks an image into existence.
It's so it is her. Your princess came to see me the other day. She wanted to learn about the treasure. I told her about the crystal stars and my suspicion about Petal Meadows. It doesn't seem likely, but perhaps she tried to go to Petal Meadows on her own.
You know, Professor, there was another suspicious group asking about the same thing.
But I can't imagine Princess Peach getting involved with them. All right, it's settled. Off to Petal Meadows, you two go. If Princess Peach indeed went there, your first priority must be to catch up to her. Collecting the crystal stars is means to an end, and that end is Princess Peach.
Okay. Aren't you coming, Professor?
No, I'll stay in town and ask around about Princess Peach and that suspicious gang. Besides, I get troubled old Goomba like me couldn't handle the trials over the road. Of course, if anything happens and you need some advice, come see me.
You got it. Well, Mario, we're off.
Give it your best. Now then, allow me to give you both the proper farewell.
Okay.
Ah, Mario, there's something I forgot to mention. Firstly, about the light we start shining on you. By my reckoning, Mario cannot perform what is called a special move. Yes, it's, well, stuff like this is better example.
Oh, I should have said no. I guess this is the stuff I kind of don't remember. So. Star power. Okay, I see it. Oh, we have audience members now. You're sitting on a single dot of power. When you have available using a special mode, try using speed reading. Special mode that will replenish your HP and FP. Okay. Repeatedly tilt left to shoot hearts and flowers. Yes, destroy your controller. Oh, I see. Oh. And then I don't want the... Oh, that's... Yeah, I didn't want to grab that. Okay, I see. That's not the move I thought it was. You can still charge it up again. That's why the audience watching your battles is very important. If you can get the audience excited, you'll build up more star power. Try to attack me, okay? Woohoo, they're so excited. Is it gonna make me attack him until my gauge is filled again? The more exciting your battles are, the more people will come and watch you fight. That's reflecting the number of members in the audience. Oh god. Hello! Welcome, YouTube chatter. I don't know a name. Hello. How's it going? I just saw your message. I hope you're still around. How you doing? Welcome to my Saturday stream of the game I've never played before, in the tutorial that I did by accident. God, I'm sad that I accidentally... Yes, I understand. Please stop. Let me out. I want to escape. Okay, cool. It's scary out there. Take this with you. Power smash. Oh, okay, so I know where to go then.
It's called a badge, and it's incredibly helpful. You see, depending on the badges you have equipped, you get much more powerful. What's important is knowing the effects of the badge when you blah blah blah. Would you like to press it?
No, stop. I don't want tutorials anymore.
Are you absolutely sure?
Yes, I'm good. I'm good. It's just a menu. I'm good.
You need flower points to use power smash. In battle, you should watch out for your HP. It's fine. Just okay. Go. Leave. Please leave.
Okay. Thank you. My God. Hello. Hey there, kid. You got a minute to learn what it means to fight? To fight with your whole heart.
I can see a brim with potential, but here's a heap of stuff you don't know about fight. Stylish moves, hit it big. Here's a whole list. Feel free to hit me up if you got a question, friend. The Battle Master. What the fuck, dude? Okay, that's just more. Okay, let me. I guess I equip it because I have the points to. Whoops. Take that. Said there was a pipe under the sewers, so let's go under the sewers. Or under the town, I guess. In the sewers. Most likely under the town. I'm gonna save because there's a lot of dialogue that I don't want to deal with anymore. Oh, it just saves the game. Oh, thank God, dude. How you doing? I'm doing pretty good. It's a nice Saturday. It's been a very busy week. Because I got my friend's birthday was yesterday. So that was fun hanging out with him. And then my mom's birthday is on Monday. Do I dare? So it's been a mess trying to get stuff organized for the week. I managed to get all my if I stream tomorrow or Monday, then I still manage to get all my streams in for the week, and then I will hopefully go back to normal streams. Your grandma's birthday is today, dude. There's so many birthdays. What the heck? Happy birthday to her. Somebody with serious moxie. That's who. Blue, 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 blue. Your dad's was yesterday? What the heck? That's so weird. Dude, everyone was born in the same weekend. You can press Y to change your attack order. If HP drops, you can press Y. Okay, yeah. I mean, I want you to tattle anyway, now that this is like a proper... That's a blooper. 12 HP, 1 attack, 0 defense. Okay. Slimy, nasty things. Gross. Once you damage both its tentacles, it'll fall down, and then it's attack time. By the way, the tentacles each have 3 HP. Okay, so I want... Power Smash. There we go. That's what we like to see. You're thinking I taste good, aren't you? Admit it. No, I don't like squid. You want to snack on these tentacles? You know, I'm a shit talker. You fucking bet I am. Oh, well. I'm gonna put her back in the back. I don't want to hammer, I just want to jump. Oh, now I show health bars for all of them. Okay, that's nice. Oh, it fell. All right, time to power smash. Oh, my mom just texted me. Hold on. Sure. All right. My mom needs me to pick him up. Someday you become a big YouTuber. You hope so? I'm glad. Thank you for that. I hope so too. One day. I need a. It's hard because I work a 9 to 5 weekday job, so I don't even like. It's really hard for me to find time to edit videos, so I need to find someone to edit videos for me. The Goombas, yes, give me star power. Oh, he's jumping back up. I think we just hammer because it's easier. But I just launched my VOD channel actually this last week, so all my VODs for games I'm playing are over there, and I will upload VODs whenever they happen. I need to do it so I can start deleting. Whoops, messed that up. So I can start deleting the videos off of my computer because it's taking up quite a bit of space. Those videos. I'll get wrecked. Okay. Star power points. Bup, bup, bup.
Blue. We did it. All right. Whoops. I will be. Oh shit. Oh, that does damage to me. Okay, don't mess that up. Oh wow. Boop boop boop. All right, chapter 1. Chapter 1. Castle and Dragon. I'm a dragon. That's me. I'm a dragon. Petal Meadows, we're here. Dude, the music in this game is wild. It's so good. Here we are, Petal Meadows, where folks say Crystal Star hides. Here we go. The start of our adventure. It's completely awesome. Image retracted. I didn't see what that was. Whatever. All right, let's go. Oh, I want to save first, actually. Saving. Boop. I don't think it was that easy in the original. Like, it gave you a menu to save with, right? Mom, stop texting me. I'm streaming. A little kind of scary too. It's probably a dragon. It's a crescent. I guess we will have to find anything we want to use for these. Mushroom. Am I back at full health and stuff? I didn't mean to talk to you. Oh god, I'm gonna press buttons wrong this whole time. I'm playing with Pokemon Mystery Dungeon controls. I did not get healed. Finished a game, it took me 2 months. Dude, sometimes it's like that. it takes a long time to finish games. I'm still in the middle of Persona 5. And that's been a I guess I've been streaming that one, but I just haven't like done it. I just haven't played it in a while. Because of one level. What game was it? What game was it you were playing? Yo, nice. We got the nice points. What is this? A badge. Those will sometimes miss. Oh, okay, well, I mean, put that on, right? I might as well. Well, I should have jumped, but it's fine. Bonk. Assassin's Creed Nexus VR. Oh, I'm not familiar. I haven't played an Assassin's Creed game in a long time. I've been very off of the Assassin's Creed games. Ubisoft in general is just kind of a mess, I would say. Unless it's like a fan game, in which case it's probably better than normal. You aren't missing much, dude. It's ever since like Assassin's Creed 3, the overarching story ending how it did was just a huge bummer. And then Assassin's Creed 4 or Black Flag was really good. It was really fun, but it didn't feel the same because it was mostly like a pirate game. And then everything after that was kind of just like so uninteresting to me. Okay, well, I'll come back for that, I guess. I feel like VR Assassin's Creed would make me... Actually, it could be fun. I don't know if it would make me sick. It could be fun. If you ever find yourself wondering what to do, just press... I already know that. You told me that. I'm aware. Give me those star power. Yes. I need to recharge my stuff. Assassin's Creed Black Flag. Yeah, Black Flag is the last one I played, I think. Or actually, that's not true. I played Unity. And after I played Unity, I went, yeah, this is kind of not good anymore. Black Flag was fun. Black Flag was fun. I think the problem with Black Flag that I had was that a lot of my enjoyment from Assassin's Creed was the overarching story with like Desmond and the real world like Templars and stuff happening. That was a lot of my enjoyment. So when that ended and all of the content became just in-game stuff, like in the past, that wasn't. It didn't interest me nearly as much. So Black Flag was the last one that I played, and I was like, I mean, the real world people from the initial trilogy is still there, but they're not as interesting as they used to be. And then I played Unity because it was multiplayer. I got a mystery. Interesting. And then also, what is that? Is that a revive? Dude, it just looks like a revive. What? Like a Pokemon revive. But then Unity wasn't good. and that's about when I was like, uh-oh, Assassin's Creed is failing now. And then somehow they made 7 more games. A star piece. It looks like a revive from Pokemon. Hold on. It's Give us a second. Give me a second. See, it's the same. It's just a revive. Guys, are there Pokemon in this game? Anyway. It was a lot of effort for a stupid, dumb, not funny joke. When there's one good game, they do it again and it's terrible. Exactly. Like, I like that they had Assassin's Creed 3, which had some of the ship stuff, and then they said, we can make this good, and then they did, and then everything after that was just kind of bad. And then it's like, interesting. At this point, the appeal of Assassin's Creed is where it takes place, as opposed to where the story of it is going. And it's like, oh, this Assassin's Creed is in Egypt, and that's cool, but that's not why I liked Assassin's Creed in the first place. So, welcome, dude. I love these guys; they're so cute. Where are you? This is Petalburg. Sorry, but it's been a long time since we had visitors. Yeah, buddy, once that dragon hooktail was spotted flying around this area, well, it didn't help tourism, put it that way. People just stopped visiting. Dragon? Hooktail? That must have been the huge thing we saw earlier. So it's called Hooktail, huh? Ooh, scary name. Ooh. Pfft. By the way, Green Boots, have you heard of these things called crystal stars? Man, we're just going in. Hey, the ancient treasure of yore. That's ours. Crystal stars? Nope, can't say I have. Sorry about that. You say you want to speak with the mayor, though. He's old, really old. I said she knows all kind of stuff. Koopas of his age are, well, really smart. Anyway, the mayor lives in that pink house up ahead. A pink house? Sounds totally hideous, but it should be easy to find. Thanks for your help. Well, here's the inn. I want to rest, dude. In the VR, it has their main characters. Rome, French, and American. Oh, interesting. This, good sir, is an inn. Rooms are 500 coins per night. I just realized Shasha followed. We're at like 398. Guys, we're almost at 400 followers. We're so close. Yeah, give me a rest. I'm hurting. I like that Goombella just like jumps into my pocket. Is this a Ubisoft license VR game, or is this a like a different, like a third-party Assassin's Creed VR game? Hello. Top of the morning. Top of the morning to you, laddies. Bulber. I'm as happy as can be. I'm surrounded by flowers. Okay, well, I'm glad you're having a good time. It is a Ubisoft game. Okay, interesting. So it's probably not amazing. It's probably fine. I would say that every Assassin's Creed since Black Flag has been fine at best. Bonjour, mademoiselle. Isn't it a beautiful day? No, not you, monsieur de la moustache. I am speaking to the lovely little cabbage behind you, mon petit chou. Do you hear me, beautiful? Abandon this dullard? Did you just go, what the fuck are you calling me? Come away with me. Are you kidding? Ew, nice wig, you disco wannabe. Take a hike. Oh, je suis blessed. I am wounded. Such brutal honesty, such a sharp tongue. I shall retreat for now. If you change your mind, come find me. I've never attempted French accents before. It's amazing. I saw what you said. I've been playing a lot of GBA games recently. There's one game that just absolutely, it's called Fire Emblem. Dude, Mario, have you ever played Fire Emblem? Oui. So anyway, I've never practiced French accent before, so I hope I didn't just offend every French person on this planet. Hooktail? She lives at the top of the castle, beyond the hummock and Petal Meadows. Have you ever heard rumors? Some say it's treasure hidden in that castle. Scores of people have gone in search of it. Not a one has returned. What do you think? You're getting scared, huh? Not really. I like dragons. Dragons are cool.
I am General White. I am a bum, and I've lost my hopes and dreams.
What's the Family Guy meme? You're like, you can't just start a conversation like that. We just sat down.
I live in solitude always. I must apologize, but I ask that you leave me alone.
Good, I'm not French. Well, I mean, at least you won't be mad at me. Why does this guy have several pictures of Princess Peach? Oh god, dude. Is this guy a weirdo? I think this guy might be a weirdo. Keep your hands to yourself in here. Basically, everything in this room is a one-of-a-kind collectible. Alright, bud. Sure. You're Irish. Oh, that's cool. My friend was just talking about how he's always wanted to visit Ireland. What is this? Mr. Softener. Oh, that's cool. I think for now I'll go no items. I don't have a ton of money, so I'm gonna save it for some other stuff. All right, let's go to the pink house, which I assume is another screen down. There it is. There's the pink house, dude. These little bulb guys are kind of cute. Clear water, clean air. But this foul hooktail, she's made everyone forget their fortunes. Oh my god, look at the cute Koopa in the back. Oh shit, it's the Mean Girls. It's us, the Happy Wanderers, the Traveling Sisters 3. This village is famous for its clear water, clean air, and one more thing. That big bad hooktail. We can't wait to see her. Oh, okay. They're just hanging out, traveling. Okay, I thought they were gonna shit talk me, I'm not gonna lie. We closed the gate because the mayor told us to. My job is guarding the gate. Oh, there's the battle master. I don't care about him, to be honest. I'm gonna look in every house. We explore. We explore in this town. Since you're here, let me ask, how many people do you think Hooktail's gobbled? All time. I mean, I heard she recently lunched on Old Man Scoo. Coops, who lives next door, his father went off to battle Hooktail ages ago. He's been a missing person. No, wait, that's not right. A missing Koopa ever since. No, not my friend. That's really sad. I'm sorry, but I don't think we should talk about that kind of stuff around here. This is good vibes, chilling, hanging out times. So let's not go into details about that. Did you come to this village to look for the treasure of Hooktail Castle? Hooktail's one tough cookie. All right. Hello there. My name is Koopy Koo. It's nice to meet you.
Oh my gosh, that hat, those overalls, that magnificent mustache. You're Mario. That's me. I've heard tales of how strong you are. If you're here, that means you're going to challenge that monstrous Hooktail. If only Coots were as brave as you. Wow. Let's not do whataboutism, Miss Koopy Koo. Didn't work though. I'm glad it didn't work.
Was there someone there? Who is it? Who? What do you want from me? You're thieves here to rob a defenseless old Koopa.
No, dude, chill. Relax. Ayo, chill.
Do what you will, but as you can clearly see, there's nothing to steal here. I guess I have a little money. Take it. I'm an antique shell, too. Just leave the photos of me and the missus. I can't do without those memories. Not thieves, you say? What's your story, then? You folks look for the crystal stars? Why didn't you pipe up before, you idiot?
Wow. Okay. The only other time I've heard someone use the word idiot is in Supernatural.
You're just wasting time. The crystal stars, you say, you're hunting. Wait. What did I hear about those dang things again? Hooktail's got what you're looking for. She's this enormous ornery dragon. Eats folks, they say. You know Hooktail, right?
I do, of course I do.
Well, this Hooktail's brutal flyby snackings have all of us on pins and needles. So you reckless fools, are you Galanteros off to rough her up?
Oh, you bet. I'm gonna slay the dragon.
Sounds promising. Why, if you can get rid of us of Hooktail, we'll shower you with gratitude and rewards. What's that I hear? You'll accept no reward?
Sure, I'm a hero. I'll do it. I'll just do it for fun. I just need the crystal star. It's fine.
What an unselfish man. You're noble indeed. Yep, a good take. Now, what did you say your name was again?
I'm Mario.
Murphy? That's a fine name. That's a fine name indeed. Well now, Murphy.
It's Mario.
I appreciate that, Murphy. They are nice eyebrows.
Oh, God.
If you're intent on going up to Hooktail's castle, find the secret pipe that's located somewhere in Petal Meadows. I know you need the Sunstone and the Moonstone to use that pipe. The stones are somewhere in Schwank Fortress, just past the village. Well then, get going and really wall up that Hooktail monster.
That was a fun effect. Do I want to know something? That depends on what it is. Oh, I want that. I want that. I see the badge there. You can't hold my head for me. Oh, that's a... I've always thought about if someone's birthday was on that date, and then it's like, well... kind of a bummer, I think. Excuse me, I beg your pardon. Wait a moment, please. Oh, it's Coop. Forgive me for yelling like that. I was panicking. How to begin? Chris! Hi, Chris! Hello.
My name's Coops. I heard you're traveling to Hooktail's castle.
It's the boy!
I have a favor to ask. Just forget it. Never mind. Ignore me. Goodbye.
That was weird. What do you think's going on inside that guy's shell? I mean, I can go ask him. Come back! Coops, come back. It's the boy.
Look, I just forget the whole scene. Like, it was nothing. I was fooling around or something. I don't.
All right. Well, okay. If you say so, dude. Bye. How you doing, Chris? How's your Saturday going? Oh, I got another revive. Sweet. I will only call those revives from now on. How's your weekend? How's your week? It's been a week. Yeah, I woke up 30 minutes ago. Yo. I've overslept by quite a bit. Uh-oh. Well, luckily it's the weekend, so nothing too wrong with that, I hope. Oh shoot, he's still alive. He's got lots of health. I needed it, but well, I mean, health over other stuff. Always. Almost, I assume 100 is the level up. How are you liking this amazing game? This is the first time that I've ever played this game. Should I be tattling every enemy? Is there like a logbook and then I keep the... Is that a thing I should be doing? I just got surprised. Dude, he ambushed me. I got jumped. What the fuck?
Look at your audience. Oh, there's a guy with a rock. That guy's got a rock. Tattling enemies gives their health bars on screen every match after. Also, there's books and stuff. Okay, so I should be tattling every enemy. That doesn't take my turn to do that, right? From now on, press X to eject any audience members who looks like they're holding things. But there might be actual fans with items and coins for you trying to chase them away. Okay. I like the fucking audience system in this game. It's so unique. Oh, the background fell on them. Dude, I love the design of the bad guy Koopas with like the sunglasses and the cuffs and the collar. It looks so good. It's just such a good look, dude. It's so good. I assume she was talking about the fucking the backgrounds and the like props and stuff. The shells are hard, but flipping over defense drops to 0. You gotta flip them over. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Oh, guarded. Get wrecked. I guess I'll hammer him again. And then tattle the Goomba. Okay, and I can kill him in one turn. So next turn, I think we're good. Come at me, bro. Okay, the timing on that isn't as tight as it is in Mario RPG. So that's nice. The tight timing of Mario RPG kind of scared me up a bit. But it sounds like I just press the button and then he guards for a certain amount of time. And then as long as I get hit while that guard is happening. Level up. Hey, level up. Dude, look at all my audience members. Let's go. Do you know about stylish inputs and super guards? I am aware they exist. But I did not. Bye. Okay. Have a wonderful rest of your day if you're leaving YouTube. Name. I don't know. I don't know name. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Stat increase. Oh god. What should I prioritize in this game? I feel like badge points are useful early on. Remember me? I mean, I'll try. I'll probably remember you. If you keep coming to my streams, then I'll definitely remember you. What do I do here? I guess we'll do... I haven't had, like, health issues, really. Let's do badge points, so if I get any cool badges, I can put them on immediately. And then we'll do FP next. Do the badge points early on. Do I start with full audiences now? That was close. I barely saw that guy. Depth perception. Dude, he's got an item. I want the item. Give me the item. Super guards are the tight inputs when guarding. If you hit B instead of A at the perfect time, you take 0 damage and cause 1 damage to the enemy if they attack you directly. Okay, so practice that. Is that the same with... stylish inputs? No. Okay. So then what's that about? Power block. Oops, I pissed him off. Shit. Okay, we're uh-oh. I'm gonna have to use padlock for this, aren't I? Goombella, help. Stylish inputs are extra inputs that you use while attacking that make you pose stylishly mid-attack, which gives you more charge to your star meter, allowing you to use your specials like feature more often. Okay. That's a bald cleft, a rock monster with a sharp, craggy face. Kind of mean, bald guys really just don't do it for me. Max HP 2 attack has 1, defense is 2. This guy's rock solid. Fire doesn't even hurt it. Might be best to attack it with, say, a power block. Okay, well, I guess we're using our first item. Die. Yo, 10 points, huge. It's funny that they gave me a power block right before that happened. How convenient. Ooh, here we go. Into the castle. Oh, there's more. Hello. When you hammer next time, hit A the moment the hammer hits the ground, and then again when Mario lands. Okay. I'll hammer this guy just to do it. Oh, I did it! Let's go. I'm a god. Is there a stylish move for every attack? I feel like the backflip is really unnecessary, and that makes me like it. Purple Toad, who's new to the game and wasn't in the original, will teach you this stuff. They never even taught you how to do it in the original. Okay. Interesting. So I just gotta find how to do the timing for each of the attacks. This is gonna miss, but it's fine. Okay, I think Goombella needs to tattle on this guy. Okay, I did it. Paragoomba, Goomba with wings. A hammer when you backflip. If you land and hit A again, it's another. Oh, so I can do a double backflip? Dude. This game is awesome. I want to be extra as fuck. What's the stylish for the jump? How do I do that? That's what I want to discover. I'm doing the double backflip. It's happening. I messed up. I messed it. 3 coins. Give me the corns. Another power block. Huge. Oh, I can only hold a certain number of items, can't I? I didn't know this game was already out. Yeah, it came out yesterday. Hello, Nevin. How's it going? In YouTube chat. Oh, God. Well, more of this, I guess. Okay, that's fine. I'm just gonna use the... Alright, so first towel. For the jump, it's when you land on an enemy at the apex of the jump between the second point of damage. Wait. Hold on. When you land on the enemy at the apex of the jump between the second point of damage hit A, then halfway when you were jumping away from the... Oh, okay. So I've been trying that. I guess I just been messing up the timing of it. They're so prickly. Oh my god, dude, so prickly. All right, another pow block. Thank God they're giving these to me like immediately. I assume I'd have to run away from these fights if I didn't gain the pow block between each like section. We did it. Hooray. Dude, look at Goombella's like, oh my god, you did it. Let's go. Huge. I will be hammering everything in this game. Anything on the terrain, if it's on the board, I'm hammering it. Oh, can I mash A? Is that a possibility? Oh, let's go. I just did it. Dude, I'm a god. I'm a god at this game. I tried to do the super guard. It's fine. I'm learning how to play the video game. Okay, I think that's all the Goombas now. Time to do the double. Oh, bingo time. Ah, dang. I tried. Dude, I'm so stylish. Fire flower. Take this. I'm gonna style all over you. Does Goombella not have a stylist for her head bonk? This might be unnecessary, but... Oh my god, that was so unnecessary. The triple backflip, dude. Oh my fucking god. Oh, there's a thing here. What is this? An in coupon. Yo, let's go, dude. Huge. I'll probably, why not? 5 coins. One of my fave stylishes in the game. Dude, it's so cool. Oh, is this? Okay, I do remember this. This is the game show, right? All of the next party members' stylishes are amazing too. I think after Petalburg, I remember 0, except for Twilight Town, because it's fake Twilight Town.
You want the Sun and Moonstones, and if that's the case, then you must compete against me. If you win, you'll throw you where the stones rest. However you lose, you will suffer a terrible fate. And by terrible, I mean awful. Ha. I'll take you on.
I love quizzes. You're in for it now. Bah! Is this Banjo-Kazooie? What's going on here? Hello.
It's that time again. Welcome to the 65th Trivia Quiz-Off.
Quiz time. If you correctly answer 5 of the following questions, you'll win. But get 3 wrong, and you'll suffer. Now for the first question. What's hidden in the Schwank Fortress? That's the Sun and Moonstones. Because the Crystal Star is in the castle. Yes. Correct.
Do-do-do. Oh, that's correct.
That question was too easy. It only gets harder.
Prepare yourself.
On to question 2. What do 1 mushroom and 1 fire flower cost at the shop in Petalburg total? Fire flower is 5. I think mushroom I think it was 8 and 5. No, it can't be. I think it was 5 and 7. I think it's 12. Second guy. This one I'm not as confident in. There's no time limit. I went to the shop once. So it was either 5 and 3 or 7 and 5. I'm committing. Hey, it was 7 and 5. All right, go me. Oh, I remember the mushroom being more than 3, which is, or I slightly recall it being 5 instead of 3, which is why I went with that. Okay. Much harder. Prepare yourself. Moving on, question 3. What is the name of the mare? Oh god, I don't... Koopa Koot? I think that's it. It's not any of the others. What? Maybe I didn't see his name. That's okay. That's okay. That's only one wrong. We're good. We're good. Tell me, where's the crystal star? Oh, it's in Hucktail's castle. I'm so sure. I'm so sure. Sure beyond my life. There we go. Prepare yourself. Are you ready for the diabolical question 5? How can one get from road pork to Petal Meadows? Through a pipe. That's the easiest question so far. So diabolical. It can't be true. That's it. I'm making the rest of these near impossible. Get ready for brain pain. Which of the following characters can be found in Petalburg? The Koopa Troop. Okay. Near impossible. You only had to pass through to get here. I did it. Oh my god, I'm so good at quizzes. I don't believe it. You win. Hey, yes. Bowing, yes. Thank you. What number question is the? Oh, that's funny. I had the thought when question 6 happened. I was like, should I fail this on purpose to see what the 7th question is? So very angry. I guess I have to lay through stupid rules. Ah. Humph. All right. Boop boop boop. There I go. Goodbye. Oh, into the sewers. Oh well. Multi-bounce. Yes, give me that shit. My shoes are soaked now, though. This place is not cool. Put that on multi-bounce. Oh, it's an FP move. Okay, that's fine. We love multi-bounce. Oh, it's the fuzzies. Oh, shit. Okay, we're good. Okay, I don't think the stylish things are as picky as I think they are. Yeah, I don't think it's that picky. Which is good. That's a fuzzy. What a hyper little guy. Dude, I love the fuzzies. Touch fuzzy, get dizzy. The super guards, yeah. The super guards make sense to be picky. Sounds like you need to use the guard action command. I almost had it. I'm gonna practice super guard a lot early on. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry. I just saw the prompt and I obeyed. I obeyed the game. Okay, I didn't get that one. Oh, I can go straight to the badge menu. Okay, glad that's good then now. Now I don't have to navigate through the menu every time. You gotta pay attention to the remake. Actually give you a moment to look. In the original, you only get the audio prompt and you have to check yourself. It is nice. All right. Oh, that's not what I thought it would do. Okay. Oh, let's go. I did it. Oh, I see. Okay, okay. I got it this time. This is the one. Nope. Okay, just a little bit longer. The stylish things are really cool. Oh. Ah, too late. Mushroom, 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 mushroom. Fuck. Don't feel bad. Well, I just want to practice it. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna guard the fuzzies. Is this game still 30 frames? Is it 30 frames per second, or is it 60? It's on the Switch, so I'm assuming it's 30 because the Switch needs to get their shit together. The Sunstone. Oh shit! Oh, I want that. Ah, so close. The original is always 60. The remake here is locked to 30. Hey, get wrecked, loser. All right. Oh, 2 in a row. I'm a god. I'm a god gamer. All right, let's do it 2 more times. I got this. This is the one. Oh, I'm so good. I'm so good at this fucking game. All right. I'm so fucking good at this game. I love it. This is good. This is a fun game. Hey, dude, let's go, dude. All right. Fucking gaming. We're so gaming right now. I wish there was a sprint button. Gonna start jumping everywhere because I'm bored, dude. I guess I'll fight the. Oh well, he was protected by the terrain. I gotta get rid of the one that does the stupid fire flower. I got it. I'm so good. I'm so good, dude. I unlock. Fuzzies will never hurt me again. Do I care to... Uh-oh. Whack! I tried to mess it up on purpose, and the one time that I didn't mess it up. That's annoying. It's fine. Shit. Okay, well, it's fine. I don't get hit by fuzzies anymore ever again, so I'm fine. I will power smash though, because I like doing the thing. There we go. How do y'all like that? I didn't stylish on Goombilla. All right, and then the fuzzy dies. I'm a speedrunner. I know what the frames are supposed to look like. Mystical stone shaped like a moon. Oh shit, I forgot. They got me, dude. I might just use a pow block, to be honest, or a fire flower. I got a bunch. Let's just do that. Sick. Oh, and level up. Sweet. So that's actually really good. I'm definitely doing flower points for this one. Definitely flower points, yeah. Double flower points is just like, right now, so useful. Maybe I should have not done power points immediately, or batch points, but it's whatever. It will become useful. But the flower points definitely were like super nice to have right now. BP is the best. That's kind of what I figured. I got very Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories style level up from this game, where it's like health, magic, or not health. It's health, card points, and then the slights. And the slights are always the best to do early on. Me orc. Suspicious types, this is our place, and coming in here is rude. If you want a warm welcome, too bad, now I lunch on your head. This is like a boss fight. But this game is very much like health, magic, and the special thing. And I feel like the special thing is just always the best option. It's so cool, dude. Super quickly as you get more badges fast, especially if you start looking for star pieces and buying more badges. Oh, that's what the revives are for. Okay. I'm not through yet, everyone. Get them. Oh shit, dude, they're everywhere. Okay, well, let's tattle the gold fuzzy and then That's a gold fuzzy. Those are super rare. Max HP standard tank was defense 0. Even though it's a fuzzy, it won't suck up your HP. I have to wonder though, how does this thing hide? Look at it, it's so gaudy. Easy. Easy. We'll tattle the horde, I guess. Well, I mean, a lot of my childhood was playing Guitar Hero, so I'm a rhythm game person. So I'm always I've always been good at timing stuff. I just gotta get I gotta get the momentum for it, and then I'm baller. Max HP is 20. Can I just ignore them? Yeah, I was about to say, like, is it not a better idea to just attack this dude? Oh, well, fuck that up. Alright, well, this is probably game, so... Oh, never mind. If I don't mess up this one, then it's game. Oh no, I jumped on the wrong thing. That's my bad. So much for game. I'm slowly getting worse. Okay, now it's dead. It's good. Oh, they all just leave. They're like, oh shit, he's dead. They got him. 31. Meow. Lars, hello. How are you? That's me. I'm a Charizard. Sometimes. I'm a Charizard sometimes. Hi, Char. Lars, always good to see you. I hope you're having a wonderful Saturday. Hello, Mario. Working hard. Professor Feckley here in E form. It's highly likely that you receive emails like this one while you're on the journey, so check your mail often. I actually have nothing more to say than that. Blah, blah. Okay, well, why... Slow evening? Yeah, well, sometimes that's nice. I'm kind of doing the same. Streaming. I got 2 more hours in me. And then, I think Saturday is my new favorite day to stream, because I can just go for as long as I want. Next Saturday, we're doing a randomizer. I might make it a crowd control. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a crowd control randomizer next Saturday. Because it's been a while since we did that, but it was super fun when we did. So I think that's what we're gonna do. I want the mushroom. I keep pressing A the second time. Sounds like a good time. It's fun. It's fun. I've been in a big randomizer mood for Majora's Mask specifically. I've been having a lot of fun with, so I'm excited to do another crowd control. I want to do more randomizers in general because I said that I was going to, and then I haven't because of just other stuff going on. So it hasn't happened. But. It will. More beaver race. Well, I'm not gonna do the beaver race because the beaver race always trapped me. So I think I'm gonna do different starting items, and then I'm gonna make the beaver race. I'm gonna do something else instead of the beaver race. I think we'll do 1 teleport and keep that at Stone Tower because I can get out of Stone Tower, and then we're gonna do something else like health or magic or something. I want the if I jump on him, he can't use it. 'Too late or too early. Oh, I should have had Goombella gone first, and then I could have multi-bounced. That's fine. That one's. I'm glad that people that you enjoyed that stream, Chris. It was certainly fun, a fun time. But yeah, the beavers will not be one of the channel point reward. It'll still be available to do if you want to do the crowd control system, but I'm not gonna make it a channel point reward one. The one that Link's Awakening rando, and I would not have been able to beat it without one chatter that came in and helped get me items I didn't know I could get. I was sort of like, ew, no, 8 hours sword, dude, that sucks dick. I don't know Link's Awakening that much, so that's I can't say much about it. I'm definitely more of an Ocarina of Time Majora's Mask guy, and I've been doing like no logics and stuff, like because I know so much of the game. Who needs a sword? Honestly, though, well, I mean, like I have friends that meme and they're like, they play Link to the Past and they remove the sword because that's an option in the randomizer, and I'm like, what the fuck? Why would you do that to yourself? Why would you do that to yourself? They meme about it, but I think it's one of those things that you start out doing ironically and then it becomes unironic very quickly. And then you go, why are you like this? Planning to get a comm of Chris in a red tunic with only a hook shot running down the beach, panicked with the explosion behind him. Dude, that's a fucking amazing art. I want art with you so bad, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. we really need art in here. So I could damage, but I still have the sword. That sword took so long. Yeah, dude, for real. Sometimes, like, in Majora's Mask, the shield is so important, and a lot of the times I just get screwed and can't find a shield. Like, it's rough. It's a rough time. And like, I feel like every Zelda game has its item that you really need to get. Give me the bingo? No, I don't get the bingo because the match is ending. Lame. I kind of feel like it's not super worth fighting all of these early enemies, just because the later enemies will give me more star points, you know? So farming isn't super useful early on quite yet. RDM registration. The Rogueport direct mail service. Regular timely news and updates. Okay, interesting. Mayor, I got the thing. Found the Sunstone and the Moonstone. Excellent work. Next, you'll need to find the secret path to the Hooktail Castle. Shake a leg. Okay, well, I guess we're just going to the next place then. Let's do it. All right, Chris, hear me out. We're going to Hello Mayor, whose name we forgot when the quiz asked for it. Well, I don't think I ever actually was given the mayor's name. I'm not gonna lie. So I'm going to Foray next month or July and for my birthday, and then after that I need to save up some money for some art that I need to get with some other friends, and then after that I want to get art with you in like August. Cool? How's that sound? Charizard and Lycanroc hanging out, being friends. Excuse me, it's Mario, right? Look, I am. See, the thing is, I've been waiting here in the hopes of getting to speak with you. See, I was wondering, would you please take me with you to fight Hooktail, please? I'm begging you. I only played this game once long ago. I have no idea. I mean, I'm kind of... I've never played this game. I watched a Let's Play of it in 2010 or something. Not even. Pokegang. I'll have to see what I have at the time. Well, I mean, it's 4 months from now, so... we got time. But I think it'd be fun. I like getting... I have an addiction to getting art with my friends. And I think video game based art is something I really do need more of, and that's a good, and my streamer friends is a good outlet for that. So see, my dad, he went off to battle Hooktail long ago, but he never came back. I miss him, of course. I miss him badly, but this isn't just about avenging my dad. No, that's not true. Revenge is a part of it, I guess, a big part, but the truth is I want to finish what dad started, for his sake, for everyone's sake. Man, this is embarrassing. See, everyone always says I'm Cryberry, a weakling, but if I can defeat Hooktail, I won't be those things. I'll be strong, like my dad. I know it'll be dangerous, but I still want to go. Please, Mario. Okay. For real? No kidding? Yes, thank you so much. You won't regret this. Koopas, join the party. Dude, Koop's my guy. From what I remember of the game, I think he probably is going to be my favorite party member. I don't remember what the later party members are. His shell can bump into things. Boop. Give me the corn. If you hold X, you can keep in place for a while. Such an easy fave. To be honest, though, yeah. I love Koopas, I'm not gonna lie. Koopas are probably my favorite Mario, like, minion. I've mastered them. You still talk to okay, I don't care. Hello, it's me. I'm Koops. Okay, let's get going. Koops. Oh. It's Koopy Koo. Oh golly. Hi Koopy Koo. Did you overhear all that? Part of it. I thought I heard you say you're off to fight Hooktail. But you're joking, right? I mean, you're not exactly a powerhouse. She'll eat you. She's gonna eat you. I know, Koopy Koo, but I want to be tougher for you. No, don't. No, you don't. I mean, going off some dangerous place, it's stupid. What if you're what if you're timid and sort of a crybaby? I don't care about that. I just want you to be you, so don't go. Dude, she did the finger thing. She did the... I made up my mind. I'll be fine. After all, I'm traveling with Mario. Fine, ignore me. Oh god. Oh shit. She came for the second round. The return trip. I'm sorry, Koopy Koo. I swear to you, I'll come back to you a stronger Koopa. Well, that's that, I guess. No turning back. Hooktail's castle awaits. Alright, let's go. But first, there was a pipe with a thing on it. Stop sending me emails! Gimbal was eager to join your side. She won't be the last. You know, much for this party members to explore. Quickly swap for just hold down L and access the partner ring. Okay. Oh, well, okay. I guess there was more to that. Give me a second. Where's the... Hello? Where'd my emails go, dude? How do I look at my emails? Oh, wait, there's a controls option. Nope, it just shows you the controls. Okay. Well. Deleted the emails. Dude, I don't know how to get to the... Is it in my gear? Is that a badge? That looks like a badge. Alright, Koops, make it happen. Oh, he's so shy. I love Koops. I love Koops so much. When your partner is at or I mean, might as well. I have the badge points. Mailbox. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Useful buttons. Okay. It's just I'm better than usual. Popping. Okay. You can open it with a specific tab. Oh, okay. So that's stuff I've already known. Stuff I already knew. The music here sounds a lot like Mario and Luigi style music. Yo, the ranged attack. Get wrecked, loser. That's a rock. You can't fool me. Not this time. All right. All right, Koops, make it happen. Where's the stylish on these? Hold on, I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. It's fine. It's fine. Happy heart badge. Oh, that's the last of my points. Slowly restoring Mars HP each turn. Oh, that's nice, actually. I got this. I'll figure it out. I'm gonna purposely mess this one up so that Koops can get another get his licks in. It's harder than I thought. Partner hint. Oh god, leave me alone. Can I do the stylish off of the Koops start battle? That's my other question. Fire flower, nice. Fighting enemies on purpose so that I can find out the stylishes. That's me. The sunstone is in place. The moonstone is in place. Oh shit, they're doing a little dance. I have a feeling. Okay, I'm not gonna read this. I'm gonna read it, but I already know the puzzle.
The path to dreaded Hooktail Castle, weaklings with treeth. Ye who seeketh to proceed, a power of two must hitteth both switches simultaneously.
Okay, well. Wrong button. I hit the wrong button. I did it. I'm so smart. I love the pipe in the background. Ooh, hello. Here I am. What if I go left? I'm going left. Is there anything over here? Nope. I like that Hooktail's castle is like in the background, and that's how you get to it. Like, it's so silly. Save. I love that it just saves the game. I don't like when there's all these menus and shit. Like, when it just saves the game, it's so nice. I think I'm good. I'm gonna level up soon anyway, so. Hooktail Castle. I'm glad I went to the top first. Oh man, Hooktail Castle. Stories were all true. This place is terrifying. Plane. Open. And open. All right. Oh shit. Okay, well I gotta switch. I gotta switch Goombella in for the tattle on this. Get out of here, dude. Whose team are you on? The hammer seemed a bit extreme. Oh, that takes a turn? Oh shit, alright, well. Koopa Paratroopa. Next HP is 4, attack is 2, and if it's 1. I kinda hate that guy. Whoa. Okay. Too late, or too early. I want Koops back. Ah, get wrecked, loser. Too early? Too early? Okay, that's fine. I'll just switch. That was a present! Oh, fuck. Koops! Koops, no! Don't do it! Too early. It's hard. Superguard's hard. Power Shell should kill, probably. Okay. Dude, where's the stylish on these? What the heck? Why is it so hard? Oh wait, there's one spot I haven't tried it on yet. They didn't do that in the original. Yeah, it sounds cool. I know, I did notice that. Hey, okay, we got one. Hey, let's go. Huge bingo. Dude, look at all my fans. They love me. I'm actually going to not... I'm gonna switch. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna do this so I can get some heals. I know the spins. I remember, like, in my brain, I was like, he does the spins on his shell. I know that. Well, fuck me. Okay, I think we're both at full health now. Yeah, we're maxed out. All right, cool. Okay, we got it. So now I got to figure out the stylish for the super move, I hit the wrong button again, dude. I keep hitting Y to hammer, and it's just not working. When he's slowing down on the shell toss. I mean, that's kind of what I figured out, or at least I thought. There we go. I'm getting better at this one. I did it the first time, but I need to figure out the stylish for the shell, for the power shell is the one I want to figure out. Power bound. Oh, I want that for sure. Oh shit. I just won't get low health. Oh god, we're already in badge dealing with territory. There we go. Is it just another extra bounce, or is it supposed to be... Got it. Got it. There we go. All right. Dude, they love me. I already have a star. I already have my points again. There we go. And now it's over. We're so cool. I guess we're doing badge points again. Honestly, I could probably deal with 10 HP for a while. We'll see how Hooktail goes with 10, and then I'll decide if I will die or not.
Oh no. These bones, they remind me of my father. There's no doubt. It is my father. Oh shit. Dad. Wait, what's this? My father's clutching some kind of letter, or at least his bones are. What should I do? Yeah, read it. You're very, very certain that that's his dad. Okay, I can do this. I'll read it. I came to this castle to destroy Hooktail, but I'm stuck and can go no further. In this letter, I shall note Hooktail's weaknesses for those who follow. The dread Hooktail cannot tolerate creaking features that begin with F and end with ROG. I heard that something related to Hooktail's weakness is hidden somewhere in this castle. If one is to have any hope of defeating Hooktail, one must first find whatever that thing is. One last thing is faced with ultimate doom. The fiend will surely use any trick to save herself. Alas, I do not have the strength to continue writing. Already, mist fails my eyes. My last words go to my son, Colorado. I love you, and I'm proud of who you've become. Huh? My son, Colorado? Oops. Yeah, I guess this isn't my dad. This is my father. I wonder if that pile of bones over there is my dad. Blarf. You clearly don't value your lives much if you come to this castle to disturb us. You will go no further, and in this moment on, you'll be nothing but bones. And the riddle was quick. Oh, I do remember that. Colorado is from the first game. Oh, is it? Ah, they pushed me out. I think I had the right idea. Hammer with Coops doing stuff. Oh, I just hammer, okay. I was trying to use Coops, but I guess it's just hammer. Not a party member, but an NPC. Okay, I don't remember Colorado. Oh, they're all the audience members are other skeletons. Okay. Oh, he does break dance. Okay, I got it. Okay. So the good news is I hit them all. Bad news is it didn't fucking do anything. Mystery. I did it. You didn't get the power command off. You were barely off. Okay, well, I got it, so it's fine. I think we just do badge points for a little bit. There's so many badges, dude. Dude, the level up music is like so triumphant. I love it. Oh, I hammered. I just wasn't fast enough. Thunder Rage would have also been able to kill that. One does more damage on all enemies. Interesting. Oh, I need to... What I didn't do, I didn't Goombella, I didn't tattle on the red one. I hope that's not a thing that matters. Max HP 1, attack is 2, defense is 1. These creeps throw bones on attack. Oh no, they build reinforcements too. Ow, I had a feeling that would happen. Okay, that was just get hit by a bone.
I think it's swap back to Coops and then do a power slide, right? Unless you're trying to do 100%, but I'm sure there's probably another chance another time. Oh, you might be right. I'm sure in the other thing I remember is the Pit of 1,000 Trials, or the Pit of 100 Trials, and there's probably another one in there, right? Or there might be another red one in here, you know? I'm not going for 100%. But, you know, it's whatever. All right, hammer only. It's fine. Yeah, I don't really care that much, so. Oh, there's a key up there. I saw that. Oh, I see. Stay there. Stay there. Stay there. Give me a second. I could probably jump that. Nope. Not if I do that, because I'm a dumb. Well, I guess I can do this at least. Wait, come back. I ain't done yet. I want the star piece. I forgot to assign Coops. There we go. There we go. We did it! Hooray! All right, now we go. Up the stairs. Boop, 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 boop. Give me that key. I guess I should have grabbed that when I did it initially, but it's whatever. I don't care. I'm not speedrunning. I don't speedrun RPGs. It's not happening. I will never do that. I'm gonna save at least. Any skeletons that wanna be angry at me? Use Drunk first. Do I multi-bounce? I think I took off multi-bounce. Hey, huge. I'll just power bounce him again. I keep trying to style it. I don't know what the stylish on that is. Well, to figure it out. Next fight, I should probably use the star ability, the sweet treat. Ah! Die! Astromoth, hello. How's it going? How are you doing? Thanks for the follow, my guy. Hello. You made it. Yeah, we're gonna go for another like hour and a half. So you got lots of time to hang out. How you doing? How's your day? I need health. I need health really bad. Oh, I got stunned. Okay, 4 health is nice. Took a nap after work and shit and saw you were streaming, so I decided, oh, well, thanks in. I appreciate it. I love when people support me. I think that's officially $3.99. 1 more follower and we're at 400, guys. That's fucking incredible. You can't do anything. Guard, I guess. Appeal? Help me, please. I guess that worked. Oh no! They knocked over my friend. Those assholes. Oh, he can't super guard because he's fallen. He's fallen and he can't get up. Okay, he's chilling. We already have our sweet treat back almost. Okay, what is? I want that bat. Oh, I have to hold it. You got this, bud. Just wait there for a second. It's fine. What? Oh my god, bruh. There we go. Also, Aster, you're a kobold now. Welcome to my kobolds. Oh, I can't. Oh, I'm trapped. Well, guess I'm stuck. It's fine. This is another cursed chest. Oh, dang. Hey, guests. It's been a long time since anyone came here. Kobold. If you can hear my voice, you must be the legendary hero. That's me. I'm sure anyone with ears can hear me. It's fun seeing people with the whole legendary hero bit. I was wondering if you could help me out of this chest. Do I have... All you do is find the key and let me out. I feel like... I mean, we've done this before, so... You think you'll be cursed if you open the box? Ridiculous. Who would do that? Really? Wait in the box and curse folks. Okay, whatever. I mean, I'll help you because I have to. Except in reverse order. You don't have to, if you really don't want to, find a key. Like, this is hard. I like that they speak images into my mind, like a superpower. I'm not complaining. I'll show you later. Okay. I'm sure you're not. Kobolds are pretty great. I would know. Sometimes I am one. Can I just walk over? I don't know why I'm doing this like path following shit. Kobold, boop. I found the black key. Oh no. Mario, look at that. Oh shit. Help. Run. Dude, what is this fucking timer? What? Why does it look like that? That feels so out of place, dude. Saw trap head ass, dude. The timer feels so out of place. Unbelievable. Here's the key. Now curse me. Woogly boogly, I curse you. Fools! Only the most idiotic pudding-brained dolt would fall for a scheme like that. The castle's traps prevent anyone who's entered this place from ever leaving it. No matter which path you take, you're fated to waste away to a slow, painful end. But wait, there's more to this great deal. I'll throw in a free curse, no charge. Oogly boogly boo. Boogly woogly, you're cursed. This curse is more cursed than the curse worthy than any curse that's ever cursed you. For this curse makes you like a piece of paper when you press and hold ZR. It's a button, I swear. Wee! Oh, God, okay, well. Oh no! The third dimension. Ooh. How embarrassing. So flat. Oh, papery thin. Ooh. God, yep, I'm good. Farewell, goodbye. Wee hee hee, you fool. Woogly boogly, you're cursed. Okay. Oh no, I'm flat. Oh, whoops. There we go. Now I can escape. Oh, it works on coops too. Oh no! Attack FXG. Change the sound effects of Mario attacks to frog. Uh-oh. I mean, put them all on. I got the points for it. Equip all badges. Guys, I think my noise will scare Hooktail now that it sounds like a frog. I see that star piece. I want to get it. I can't. I'll go back for it later. I don't have a green key. Well, let's go backwards. Oh, because I have the thin, the papery boy now. Wait, that's fine. I'm gonna hit that because I will have to go back up there. All right, let's go get that star piece. I'm like 80% sure it's probably just up here, right? Actually, I think it's on this one. You plan on playing Paper Mario Luigi crossover game at some point? What is that? I've never heard of this. Hey, there we go. I'm not familiar with that. Explain. At the moment, I planned on playing this because it came out on the Switch and because I've never played it before, and people love this game. Paper Jam. Oh. I have heard of that one. I don't know. Did people like that game? I don't remember if people actually like that game. Maybe I'll play it. If people want me to play it, maybe I'll play it. I'll have to see. For now, I only planned on playing this game. You liked it? Maybe I'm thinking of, I think Origami King is the one people didn't like. I don't remember. But I mean, maybe someday. If you join my Discord, linked down below, or you can use the command exclamation point Discord. I have a channel for people to suggest games for me to play, so you can throw it in there if you want to do any of that. Where am I going? I'm going up. That's where I keep track of all the games people want to see. I think Minecraft was on there at some point. I shall join it sometime. Up to you. I will never demand, but that is where the most up-to-date information on my stream stuff is. So, because Twitter is a nightmare, and I don't use other social medias. Social media is hard, dude. Fuck. Also, I launched my VOD channel today. So if you care to go watch old VODs, I'm starting to upload those. And the first playthrough I'm uploading is Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky. The first 2 VODs are up there. I haven't finished it yet. I'm in post-game right now. Hello? But most of the VOD, I'm gonna upload it like every few days probably. Oh, my shit sounds like a frog. Hold on, I'm getting like 1 million fucking notifications right now. There we go. Should I be falling down? What? Where's the thing? Hello? Go check it out sometime? Yeah. I don't know where that last one is. Oh, let's go backwards. We'll do some exploring. I think this is probably just the first room, right? Okay. Thanks, Goombella. That didn't help. Maybe I'll switch to Goombella for that bit up there, but. How many partners you got? I mean, I'm at the beginning, so only the 2. But I mean, this is the first video of this game, so we're only at the very beginning. This is chapter 1, I think. I don't know if you've ever played this game before. Goombella, help. Hello? Guys, I don't know what to do. Oh, do I jump out the window? Yeah, there we go. 3D! 3D, bitches. Alright, get Coops back in here. Dude, there's like slight reflections on all the walls and stuff. It's really cool. I knew it. I knew he would come back to life. Coops gets to the final blow. Dude, Coops is the best. I love him. I think it's the band-aid on the snout. Band-aids on the snout are just like so cute. I love them. Does it only work sideways? Strange. Die. Okay, we're gonna try and super jump this guy a lot. It went okay. I was able to defend because it was technically his turn, even though he can't do anything. Star points, hooray. There we go, that was close. I thought it was gonna get me. Dude, they love me. The crowd loves me. This is the one Paper Mario I never played. So, oh, you've never played it? I have also. I've only seen videos of it. So this is. I'm having a good time though. Welcome. I'm glad to be the. Oh, and then I can. Yeah, there we go, perfect. A life mushroom. Cool. So that's the revive, I assume. Yeah, I'm glad to be the first first to watch me play it. And I'm enjoying it. We're about to get to the boss, I think, here soon. We've gone through a lot of this castle. We're on the 3rd floor. Oh, the storage room. Oh my, who's this handsome piece of cheese? There are other thieves besides me? How strange. Who are you? Me? Why, Miss Mouse, the globe-trotting thief. Heard of me, sweetie? I heard there were rare and valuable badges in this castle. That's why I'm here. But the real question is, why are people like you roaming in such a rundown place? Well, you see, we're here to beat Hooktail and get the Crystal Star. So, don't think we'll let you get the Crystal Star first, no matter how cute you are. Crystal Star, you say? I didn't know a thing like that was hidden in this castle. Sounds intriguing. Perhaps I just heard something you didn't want me hearing. Darn. That's okay. I mean, you were looking for this Crystal Star first, and I already found the badge I was after, so I'll let you get your Crystal Star. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, everyone's loving on Mario, dude.
Means I must say bye-bye for now, Mr. Cutie. I know, it's sad. We just met, and already it is time to say farewell. Alas. Dude, what a flip. You're so bold. Is that legal? Dude. I almost forgot. I have a little secret to share with you. Somewhere in this castle is a badge that'll help you best Hooktail, or so I've heard. I don't know what kind of badge it is. Maybe you found it already, maybe not. If you're going to fight Hooktail, I'd recommend finding that badge first. Take care, handsome mustache man. Let's go together again real soon. I wonder what her story is, but it's an interesting one, full of romance. All right, there's a lot of stuff in here. Probably the key I need. There's the yellow key, the star sprite. I did see a door next to Dr. Frankley's house with the sprites on them, so we'll go there after this probably and experiment with them and see what's going on. You can't surprise me anymore. I'm immune. Wiggle. Do your wiggle. Bam. I feel like the stylish moves are very not relevant right now because I only have the 1 star point. But it's still fun to do. There we go. We're gonna do Sweet Treat and get more FP, and then we'll do Power Shell again. I don't need health. I need FP. Thank you. Whoops, I got stunned. It's fine. That was perfect. 7, dude, sick. Oh, he stood up. Oh no. Now I just have to jump on him normally. All right, perfect. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. There's a star piece over there. Oh, I'm on the... Okay, I see. I just want the star piece. Hey, all right. A lovely piece of a star. Oh my god, Coops. Dude, he just teleported. Oh my god. All right. Is there a save point soon, hopefully?
I might have to go all the way back through if I... Because I know that this leads me to a last stand. Oh, I mean, that's nice. I mean, the multi-bounce is not... you know, for now, it's fine. Oh, it takes me back up here. Actually, that's sick. Unless I do that. I need to press the correct buttons when I'm playing this video game. Just for fun. I mean, honestly, I think I'm good. Top floor, here we come. Oh, there's a shine sprite up here. Sweet. I hope this isn't the end, because I want to save. Get wrecked. There's a lot going on here. I'm more worried about this guy. There we go, and then you can power shell here. Too late. There we go. Probably do this. Coops can take care of you. He lived. If I super guard, it's fine. Hey, let's go. Hey, let's go. Yeah, I got the timing for the power shell. We did it. I figured it out. I told you I could do it. It just, I gotta get in the rhythm, and now I can, now I'm good. Now I'm gaming. Come at me, bro. He almost got me. That guy needs to die now. I don't know if that's a bad item or a good item. A Volt Mushroom. I'm actually in a multi-bounce. Stop on purpose. Oh shit, that's bad. He's gonna use the pow block, and that's not good. Well, Fire Flower it is. Ah, too late. Or too early. Kind of want to level up, and then I can get all my FP back. Nice. Is this the... I really hope this is not the end. I really want a save point. Ooh, ha, ooh, ha. I had to keep holding down, dude. At least I didn't get attacked. I'm gonna do this. I want more FP, dude. I might do FP as my next upgrade, actually. Oh, dude, all FP. Dude, that was a really good one. Basically maxed out. There we go. Ah, damn. Okay, in that case, we're in a multi-bounce. Too early. I haven't gotten multi-bounce stylish yet. That's kind of that's the other one I'm looking for. Hey, let's go, dude. Huge. Give me the bingo, baby. Hey, double. Huge, dude. Doing all the cool stuff in this game is really satisfying. Oh, guys, best viewers on... Fuck you. Get the hell out of here. Oh, save point. Sweet. That's what we like to see, dude. I'm gonna do that for the FP specifically. Saving. All right, boss time. Who dares approach me? Oh, I forgot she's a girl. Yo, the god rays. Dude, look at her little tiny wings. I love her. I didn't expect more to come to steal the treasure I protect. That was foolish, I fear. Do you really think you can beat me? You're so small, and you don't appear tasty. I suppose you might make a good snack. After gnawing on the bottoms of your feet, I'll saute you to crispy goodness and gobble you down head first. 4? That's what we're starting the battle with. Alright. She's too big to fit on the stage. Snack time, little appetizers. But which one of you morsels should I taste first? I forgot to... I should have came in here with Goombet out. Goombella. But... we want to Tannel. Do you have any, Dude, she's squinting at me. That's Hooktail. Max HP is 20, attack is 5, and defense is 1. She'll stomp and munch on you, and she has more dragonish attack, stinky fiery breath. She's tricky, especially when she's losing, and she'll try to fool you into being merciful. And one more thing, she hates things that start with F and end with Rog. Supposedly there's something related to that somewhere in this castle. We did find it. I'm gonna normal guard that. My reaction to what the next thing is. I guess we'll see. Blech, awful sound. It sounds like a frog. How did you know? I got really bad food poisoning once when I ate a frog. I hate them. Fight it, Hookie. Just hearing the sound of them makes me feel woozy. All right, now I'm gonna switch back to Coops. Super guard, huge. Get wrecked, loser. All right. Oh well, that was unfortunate. Must not gag. Oh, I did that too early. Too early that time. That was a lot of damage, though. The irony. Big ass dragon. Hey, that sick. When I first played this, I didn't understand why she felt woozy, but then I got food poisoning from one pizza place, and just smelling that pizza makes me feel sick. Dude, it's pretty wild. It's pretty bad. I got food poisoning from a place one time, and then it went out of business, and I was like, yeah, good. Whoops, I want power bounce. I'm fucking that up really bad. I don't feel like this is super difficult. She does a ton of damage, but I don't feel like it's super difficult. I guess the frog is making her fire breath garbage, is probably what's happening. You're losing it, Hookie. It's Hooktail. Have you asked the question yet? Have I asked what question? I'm just fighting. It was the only time I ever got food poisoning, and it wasn't even from pizza because everyone ate it. The only I had was the lemonade. That's interesting. That's very interesting. You dead yet? Okay. Alright, I guess we beat Hooktail. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Please, I won't feel so bad anymore, I promise. In fact, I'm sorry for everything. I believe you. I'll give you 10,000 coins. I don't believe that. What? You must be joking. You don't need any coins. How about this lovely rare extra special badge I have? It's one of a kind, and it's yours for a limited time only. Will you take it? No. Really? I suppose I can apologize, but letting you smell the... Take a whiff of the rich yet delicate scent of my world-renowned feet. You don't say. Guys. I feel like, as a furry, there's a specific obligation right here. All right? It's for the fans, right? I'm no stranger to throwing for content. Do not.
Is a good couple like you going to po us up this offer? Yap.
You don't want you? I shouldn't do it. The fuck is this? So the dragon is asking me to take a wonderful whiff of their world-renowned paws, and I have to. No nostril contact, though. Oh, shit! She bit me. Oh, no. You were completely duped by ingenious ruse. So dishonest. God, dude. You senseless yokes. Nothing in life is that easy. Your gullibility did you in. This isn't looking so good. I guess I'd better... Okay. I'll never let you live this down. Look. Look. We can talk after class about it, alright? That's just not right. Dude, she ate my fucking audience. What the fuck is this? Alright, well, so the good news is she bit me. I need to do this anyway to get more FP, and then I can multi-bounce on her. Oops. I hope you don't think that I was tricked, by the way. I did do that on purpose. Can't wait to get my hands on the text to Kobold tomorrow. Oh, that's right. I forgot. I set it to only a day, or you have to be following for a day because of some bitches that tried to say racial slurs at me. That makes it worse. How does it make it worse? Look. I am a man of culture. You know, y'all know what I'm about, all right? If you know, you know. That's just thirsty. You knew it was a trick and did it anyway on the off chance you could.
Aw man, I missed the Hooktail show and I just bought the tickets. Yip yap.
Capture star. Gotcha.
I arrived at precisely the perfect time. Yip yap.
You really did. I knew it was a trick because Goombella had said, like, it was part of the dialogue. Like, she tries to trick you to be merciful, and I was like, okay, well, this is fake, but get wrecked. There's still so much I want to do with my life. So many meals. Blah. Oh, she's dead. Well, holy levels, damn. And a clear bonus. Yo, money. Level up. Huge. All right, I guess this is the stream where people learn one of the things I'm thirsty for. Is that what Chris is saying to me? I think Chris is saying I'm outing myself. I didn't mean to do that. I was gonna do follower points, but I guess it's fine. Hotel knew her target audience. Oh, she's dead. Well, sucks. We actually pulled it off. Oh, sorry, voices. No, all we have to do is find the crystal star thing you're looking for. Ooh, ooh. Ghosts all have the same voice. Oh, it's his dad, not a ghost. Ah, I'm out. I'm finally out. Oh my god, it's his dad. Expect to hear says the person who tried to counter arguments in the future. Look. Don't judge me. This is kink shaming. Dad? If it isn't Goop, say something. You've gotten so big since I saw you last.
After all those wonderful rewards from the Paws minigame, how could we afford not to take Hooktail's offer Yip Yap?
Look. So in my defense, when I was playing Explorers of Sky, it took everything I had not to make a joke about the Paw minigame. I had to do it here. Okay, I held back for too long. It can only be restrained for so long. You have to redo the curse or you have to reapply the seal every couple hundred years, you know. Damn, you are down, miserable. Look. I feel like I shouldn't have to defend myself, all right? Look, throwing for content, all right? I guess I have, but who cares, Dad? I mean, what happened to you? Where have you been all this time? I came here a while ago to deal with Hooktail, and all was well and good. But just before my finishing blow, she used the smell from me to stun me, then gobble me down. See, it's not just me. It's not just me. Look. It's not just me. Chris, yeah, how dare you? How dare you? I've been hiding my shells for the 10 years since then, inside Hooktail's belly. And boy, was it nasty. Yuck. I'm so glad to finally be out. How did you live? What did you eat? Is she twitching? Oh my god, she's twitching. I actually just killed her. Everyone's been worried about you the whole time. Sorry, son, but I'm okay. That's good, right? We're together now. Speaking of which, what are you all doing here anyway?
Was Hooktail's offer a call for Paws? No, it was a call for Paws, yap.
I want to ban you for that. Come on, Dad. We came here to defeat Hooktail. And Mr. Mario is looking for a gem called the Crystal Star. Crystal Star? This wouldn't be what you're talking about, is it? Oh my god, he just has it. Hello. What's that? I found it down there in Hooktail's belly. Nice, huh? I was gonna keep it as a souvenir. But if this is the thing you've been looking for, you can have it. They added that bit here. He just said he was tricked by in the original and didn't say how. Oh no! No! They outed him! Oh no! I won't take no for an answer. You're Coop's friend, right? Please take it. Oops, smash. Hit the fucking... I hit the table. It's okay. Dude, I need a bigger table. I can't wait to live in a house. That's never happened. And have my own space instead of just putting my shit in my bedroom. Your power's increased to 2. Each time you get a crystal star, you learn a new special move. Oh, it's gonna teach me how to use a special move, isn't it? Oh, okay. Cleared. We fucking did it, my guys. Huge. Using the magic map they received from Princess Peach, Mario and his friends claimed the first crystal star. With the deadly dragon Hooktail defeated, the citizens of Petalburg would rest easy once again. Koops even reunited with his long-lost father, whom he thought was dead. And yet, despite victory in the castle, Princess Peach's whereabouts were still unknown. Where could she be? Special move, positive. Meow. Oh, sorry, Sasha. The text to Kobold doesn't work unless you've been following for a day. I had to do it so that people stop saying racial slurs with my text-to-speech and trying to ban me, or getting me banned. Let me, I can refund that for you. In fact, I'll do it myself. Or someone else can do it for you. Luckily, I made it cheap for exactly this reason. I want just the text to Kobold. Here we go. There you go. Reject. So you get your points back from that, and then I'm gonna complete the rest of these. Here we go. My throat kind of hurts. I need to drink some water. Here to be gremlins? I mean, do it. Sometimes they're too shy. Well, I mean, Shasha followed today, so they can't use the text to Kobold yet. Because that's how I have it set to do. It doesn't work if you haven't been following for at least 24 hours. You just got kicked? No, I'm sorry. Bet. Great exalted Grotus. We brought the Princess Peach you ordered. Oh no, she got kidnapped. Shocker. Well, well, my pet. Isn't it about time you told us where the map is? Princess Peach, you will speak when spoken to. I'm telling you, I don't know. There's no point in trying to hide it, silly girl. We know you had it. We know this. Trust me, it's very much in your interest to be absolutely honest with us. We X-Nox are not all rainbows and lollipops, I assure you. We're quite nasty. Reddit moderator, dude. Oh, glory to mankind, you know? I have news. Report at once. You know the crystal star we thought maybe Hooktail had. Someone nabbed it. What? What did you say? Someone else is after the crystal stars? And they defeated that Hooktail creature, you say? Speak, soldier. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. There's more too. See, according to the report... He's a radio host now. It was a mustached dude in a red hat and no blue overalls who pulled the job. Mario. Excuse me, Mario. Oh no, I shouldn't talk out loud. I see. So you know of this Mario, do you? This fool matters not at all. I know all about him before long, that I promise. I grow bored of talking. Take Princess Peach back to the holding room. And men, take good care of Princess Peach, understand? She is not to be harmed. Well, Lord Crump, if this Mario character has the map, then it's highly likely he'll show up where we're hunting for a crystal star. Bogley Woods. You must return there immediately and hasten the search. It must not fail. Oh yeah, sure, Roger. And with that, pow, I'm gone. I thought he was gonna fucking disappear in a puff of smoke, like, whoop, smoke bomb. I wonder if sending Lord Crump there alone is wise. He is a bit out there. X-Naught, I summon you. Just a generic one. You rang, dude? I mean, sir? You rang, sir? Dude? Grotus? Dude? Grotus? Sir Grotus, sir? Shut up. Go to the 3 shadows over there. The 3 shadows, sir, but they... I don't care how you plan to end that sentence, fool. Go get them now. Gotcha. This guy is like not cool Getsus. Black and white. I don't know if he was very cool in the first place. The Honorable Grotus has need of us? Then we arrive without delay. Oh shit, more voices. Alright. Mwee-hee, pray tell, did the princess tell you where the map is? It seems some poor fool named Mario now has possession of the map. This wouldn't have happened if you had kidnapped Princess Peach when you were supposed to. It wasn't my fault. The town square had too many prying eyes. Too many. Besides, she was soon joined by some old fool of an attendant. Such a fussy fungus. Worry not. All we need to do is find this Mario and steal the map, yes? Indeed, that is your duty. Must I remind you, that map is vital to the X-Naught plan. I will have my men prepare all available information on this Mario. For now, hear me, Beldum. You 3 shadows must take care of that troublemaker. Fear not, sire. I, Beldum, shall return with what you seek. Let's go, my lovelies. Marilyn, Vivian, come. We've got a job to do. Good. Okay. I wish I had a bigger range of female voices I could do, because there's a lot of girls in this game that I'm quickly running out. Oh dear, here we go again. I can't believe I'm kidnapped again. Everyone must be worried sick. Again. Hang on a moment. Where in the world am I anyway? I wish I could at least let Mario know that I've been caught. Oh shit. I can hide in the... Okay, I guess I can hide. It's not opening. It opened! How odd, the doors open by themselves. What if I go this way? I can't go this way. Oh, this is the bathroom. What a lovely shower. Fucking paper dress. Oh, sure, her hair changed. Oh, that's cool. That's fun. She put up a ponytail. Man, nice bathroom. Cool. Dude, a clean bathroom? I'd like super nice. My biggest oh, the hair changed back. Lame. Weird that it doesn't stay like that. Doesn't look like anyone's around. Ooh, here we go. There's an elevator. Oh, cool. How odd. I'm making the doors open, like the grocery store automatic doors. Hello, Princess Peach. Oh, it's a robot. Who said that? Where are you? How amusing. I am right here before your eyes. I am the laboratory's main computer. I am TechX. Many call me Tech. You may. Sir Grotus created me to be a perfect computer, one that is flawless in its reasoning. He's that awful dome-headed thing who interrogated me. Sir Grotus is not awful. He's a very great person. He is marvelous. I don't think so. I doubt you'll change your mind. I'm wondering, why did you lead me in here? An unusual program deviation occurred when I observed you just after you were brought here. My higher brain circuitry malfunctioned and nearly overheated at your image. Oh no. Also, an unidentified impulse sped through my processors. These events are new to me. There is more to this phenomenon as well. I ran diagnostic programs, and their solution was, I want to know more about you. I want to observe you. Such a compulsion has no precedence. Cause unknown. I, the perfect computer. I must diagnose this unusual situation. I will not fail. That is why I led you here. Did you just say you want to observe me? No. Could it be that you... No, impossible. It can't be. You're a computer. What has happened to me? If you know my malfunction, you must tell me of it. And find the Redditor. Dude, I played Super Paper Mario. I don't remember if I owned it or if I just rented it. Because it was so long ago that you could still rent video games. Stretch. But I don't know what happened to it. I think I owned it. It might be lost somewhere to time. I might have got rid of it at some point. I don't remember, dude. But I did play it. I don't think I ever beat it, but I did play it. If you know my malfunction, you must tell me of it. I couldn't really, because it's just too weird. Please tell me, please. I am the world's best computer. I am perfect. There should not be anything that I do not understand. Please. Well, you know, maybe... Is it possible that you're in love? Oh, God. With me? Love. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. You don't know what love is? How do I explain? Love tells you when you want to be with a person forever. It makes you feel happy just to see that person happy, smiling, and having fun. When you love someone, you will do anything to help when their person is in trouble. Happiness, fun. I have definitions for these words, but my programming is insufficient. There should be nothing I cannot comprehend. I am the very computer. Comprehend love? Love's not something you comprehend, Tech. You feel it. Princess Peach, will you teach me the feeling to feel this thing you can call love? Love is a big chest fluff I can lay in and nuzzle into. For real though, dude, if I had a big wolf boyfriend or like to just like shove my face into their like fuzzy chest like a pillow, hell yeah, dude. That would fix me. You're a computer. Why would you care about love? I am perfect. There must be nothing that I cannot comprehend. Nothing. That is why you must help me understand this thing called love, please. If you have any wishes that I can grant you in exchange, I will grant them. But of course, I am unable to grant such a wish as letting you escape.
What is love? Baby, don't yip me, don't yip me. No more baby, don't yip me, don't yap yip me. No more what is love? Yeah, yip yip.
That was pretty good. That was a pretty good Kobold performance. Thank you. Thank you for entertaining me, Kobold. I cannot believe this. You extras kidnapped me before I could even begin to enjoy my vacation. And now you call me in here and ask me to teach you the meaning of love? I should spit on your screen. You'll grant my wish? Ha! Why should I believe you? I understand you are angry. That emotion I comprehend. You need not teach me now. But I must learn of this thing. I must. There is no alternative. I must be a perfect computer. That is why, if you would just consider teaching me, I will grant your wishes. Do you understand? Tell me your wish. Are you sure? Okay, here goes. Can I contact someone? Yes, of course you may. Use my communicator to send wireless mail anywhere you want. If you wish, you can use right now. It is no trouble. Use the keyboard in front of you, enter the recipient address and message. Let me give this a shot. Tap, 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 tap. Could you send it? Boop. There it goes. Message has been sent. For the time being, you may return to your room. I will call you in again when I want to ask you something. Okay. Good night. Good night, Princess Peach. Oh, well, lighting is kind of menacing. Oh shit, dude! It's my favorite dad. Here we go. Let's fucking go, dude. This is what we're really here for. Let's fucking go, dude. Yeah.
Bowser, the mighty King Koopa King has arrived. Hold your applause, minions. Now that I'm here, Cammy, you crusty old hag, why did you summon me?
To your own castle? What? Great Lord Bowser, the crusty hag Cammy Koopa will arrive momentarily. I'm really sorry for the inconvenience. Please wait as the rear of the room. Dude, he's so big. I love him. The other day I saw Lord Bowser gazing longingly at a photo of Princess Peach. You may want to put a coin in. The look on his face, he was mooning over that thing. Huh? Ah, Lord Bowser. He's standing behind me, isn't he?
I'm dying to hear the rest of your hilarious story, Mr. Comedian. Do share.
Lord Bowser, I've been training night and day to help you conquer the world. Should the time come, I'll be ready. Order me as you please. Super. In that case, I ready to do some sit-ups. Oh, I can breathe fire. Huge. Roar. Since you're truly head to the rear of the hall. All right. I will talk to everyone. Hail, Lord Bowser. Yes. Why does the photo of Bowser have a mustache on it? Ah, Lord Bowser. I'm running out of old lady voices, dude. There's so many old ladies in this game. Why does he have a mustache on the foot? Look at it. Look at it. Hold on. I need to lock that. Lock that. Lock that. And lock that. And lock that. Lock that. Look. Oh, it moves, you bitch. Cammy Koopa's ruining my bit. All right. I've just now retired. I'm terribly sorry to keep you waiting, my lord.
But you are Cammy Koopa. Now, out with it. Why have you called me here?
Please, your grumpiness. Don't be so impatient with your poor self. Okay, here we go. Like, what the... There's a mustache. Why does he have a mustache? what's going on here? he looks very handsome though in this actually. It's very handsome. Very handsome. Lord Bowser is very handsome. Because he's awesome and cool. It's my displeasure to report that Mario, that scum, is off to a town called Roadport.
Am I Mario's babysitter? I don't care what he's doing. Are you going to call me every time he guy blows his nose?
Well, you see, my lord, apparently Mario's hunting for an amazing treasure.
Treasure?
Yes, Mario's gone and searched for star-shaped jewels known as the crystal stars. I'm researching just what they are, but there's no question of their high value. That's evil. Fucked up, Bowser.
The crystal stars, you say? They sound like a good world-conquering tool. I want them. Yes, very good. Continue researching this for me, you brainy hag, you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Leave it to me. By the way, Lord Bowser, do you like fried eggs? You bet I do. Dude, eggs are sick.
Do I? I love fried eggs. Love them. But what a weird question. Why do you ask?
During my Mario recon, I stopped at a lovely place called Petal Meadows. I was planning on taking everyone there for a picnic, having some eggs and toast. Of course, I wouldn't think of sending an invite without asking you first, Lord Bowser.
Longhead! A picnic? Get serious. This is no time for fun. This is why my evil plans always derail, because you clouds always goof off.
Grrr, he's throwing a tantrum. Instead of kidnapping Peach, he holds her for ransom. Lord Bowser, please calm down. Remember your blood pressure. What's that? What? Is this true? Lord Bowser, terrible news. Some bold fool abducted Princess Peach in Rogueport.
What? Tell me you're lying, Cammy. How? When? Where? Who'd do such a thing besides me?
I'm afraid we don't have that information quite yet. The investigation's ongoing. One thing is most certainly confirmed. The princess has been kidnapped.
Under no circumstances is anyone allowed to kidnap her without my say-so. I will not stand for this. I'm going to Rogueport now. I've got to kidnap her back.
Dude, there he goes. He's a little stompy. He's like, da, 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 da. Here I go. Oh, okay, bye. Is he just going to blast through the wall? Yep. Yeah, he sure is. Oh, here she goes. But your grudginess, wait up. Oh, ew, goodbye. Fix the wall, please. There he goes. All right, back to our main man. Saving again, huge. It is 3:30. I think we'll stop soon. We'll go back to Rogueport. We'll do a bunch of the side stuff, and then we'll probably stop. And then I need to get something to eat.
Koops, my lad, are you telling me that you're with Mario?
That's right, Dad. I'm going to continue traveling with Mario. And then I'm gonna come back to a strong Koopa like you.
Nicely said, young Koops. That's my boy. Always remember this. You're my son, and I'm your father.
Koops, my sweet, I'll be right here waiting for you to prove yourself.
May I just add, if anything happens, you can always come home, Koops. Don't you ever forget that. This village will always be your home.
Thank you, everyone. Well, I'm off. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mario. You know, farewells. So, where are we going? Let's head back to Rogueport. Remember, Mario? Hold the magic map aloft before they enter the 1,000-year door. Then the stars will light the way that leads you to stones of yesterday. It did stop there. Each stone of yesterday shall shine and point towards the next in line. Well, that's what the book says. Which means if we take the crystal star we found back to the 1,000-year door. So that means the location of the next crystal star will appear on the magic map? Exactly. Come on, let's go. Alright, here we go. We're leaving. Goodbye. Alright, let's go back to town. Alright, we finished the first experience. I dealt with Hooktail. We found the crystal star, but we didn't find the assigned Princess Peach. Where do you think she is? I hope she's okay. Oh shit, I'm getting a phone. Oh, my DS! My dearest Mario, I send this letter and hope that it reaches you safely. I'm being held against my will in some strange place. Though I do not know where I am, I remain unharmed and in relative comfort. Those who have captured me seem to be after the map I sent to you earlier. They may be hoping to use it to find the objects they call crystal stars. I do not know what they are planning, but I have a feeling it is not anything positive. They may be aware that you have the map, so please be very careful. And please, don't worry about me. I also know where Princess Peach is. That's one of the other things I remember from when I played this game, or when I watched this game way back. I remember where she is. I remember the final boss. I remember some of the party members and some of the areas that I go to. You got a mail from Princess Peach. That's so cool. Anyway, sounds like she's unhurt. That's good at least. I don't like the sound of those kidnappers looking for the crystal stars. Should head back to Rogueport where you started and begin to search for the next one. All right, let's go. Oh, guess I'm fighting. I tried to super guard that. I don't know why I didn't. Enemies that make contact will get hurt. Oh. Okay. Oh, let's just power shell. Nope, I want a power shell. Is it only 2 for that one? Is the stylish for that one only 2? Is there a point where if you get strong enough, or if you're a high enough level, you'll just kill enemies instantly? That's what I want. Leave me alone. That's a badge? Oh, I want that badge, dude. Fuck yeah. I want to just kill the low level enemies immediately and not have to fight them. I think I got everything in Hooktail's castle too. Oh, let's turn off the frog shit. There's later one where it's just bumping into. Oh, I can just walk into enemies and kill them. Oh, we're back here. We can go straight to. Well, shit. We can go straight to. We can go straight to the door. We'll do a little tinge of exploring as well. Oh, hi. Hello, welcome. I'm Merlee, underground, cute as can be. A charming charmer, that is me. Lucky for you coming here, I grant you good fortune, I have no fear. Let my mystic power tell of days to come, more as well. What do you say, Mr. Guy? Want to give it a try? Cast a spell! That's good, that's great. Choose your path of fate. Which do you... Okay, never mind, I'm good. We'll come back later and worry about it. When I get more money, then it's fine. War. Can I make it to that chest? Probably not, right? What can Coops help? Yeah, I'm not making it to that, dude. I don't know how to get to that chest, so we're just gonna... That's how I got there initially, so... oh, well, now I can skip the garbage and I can just go straight here. I have a feeling every time we go to a new area, we're gonna get new tools that make it easier to get back to the door, right? That's kind of what I'm expecting from this. I can't do this yet, can I? Oof. We'll have to come back later for that. There was the other thing also where the tiny guy, little tiny cute thing was. I like how he like twirls down the tube. Oh, here it is. Okay. Oh, I want that. Anytime I see an item, I'm like, ooh, I want that. I can't do anything here. Okay, well... Busted. Hi, I've got an hour. Well, hello. I just beat Hooktail. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. We're traveling back to the door now. Woo! How's it going? How you doing? I hope your morning was very good. Woo. But we're doing a lot of. We're actually coming up on the end here soon, in like a half hour, maybe 40 minutes. I'll get a feel for where I want to stop, but I'm also good for like an hour. You know, I need to get food at some point. There we go, and then I can get a. Oh, I wanted that. That's actually super nice. Collecting these will help. What's this way? I want to go this way. Before I touch the door, we're exploring. Oh, this is not what I want to do. Okay, yeah, we're not doing that. What is this? Okay, well, I'm not doing that. What happens if I die in the Pit of 100 Trials? Is it worth doing now, or should I definitely wait? That's kind of my big question. Literally endgame. Well, I mean, you can do part of it now and get good items. That's kind of what I'm wondering. Should I do a little bit now, and are the items worth getting this early? I guess I could save and try it, you know, it's whatever. I have some solid things I can do. Oh, it didn't spin again. That noise, I think that's the same noise as in Twilight Princess when you get all the tears. 40? Most of the things are either pretty good or okay. If that's the case, I might wait. I don't super care to do it right now. Green! You can get the green star. Floor 20 has fire drive. Ooh. I mean, that sounds pretty cool. I don't have a clue where that is. That's okay. I think maybe we should take it to Professor Franklin and let him look at it. Don't you dare steal me out. No, I should have just done the floor 40 or floor 20. That's okay. We'll do Rogueport stuff. We'll go down. I see. Crystal clear. So can you tell us where the next crystal star is or not? It's in the Bogley Woods. The second crystal star is a great inside a great tree there. A great tree in the Bogley Woods, huh? About those woods, I think some odd creatures live there. Oh, that's the thing I saw. If memory says, there's a pipe to be the town that leads to those woods. Professor Franklin, you should probably know. It's about Princess Peach. Mario got an email from her. She said that the guy who kidnapped her is also hunting for the stars. And she says she doesn't even know where she's being held. Uh-oh, Princess Peach's kidnappers are also looking for the stars. What could they hope to achieve? Could the treasure be... too many unknowns. Unfortunately, the only clues we can rely on are crystal stars in the map. I guess all we can do is head to Bogley... I guess all we can do is head to Bogley Woods and find the next crystal star. Yes, I recommend you do just that. Try to find it before the princess captors. Whatever their ultimate goal is, it can't be good. Don't be hasty. If you're low on items or health, drop by the shop and inn first. I'll keep your session to learn more about the crystal stars and the ancient treasure. Okay. Floor 50 has Strange Sack, which is inventory expansion. Oh, I want that. Luigi, what the fuck are you doing? Well, hey, big bro. Fancy meeting you here. What a coinky-dink. Hey, what am I up to? Bro, I'm on an adventure. I'll have to rescue Princess Eclair of the Waffle Kingdom. It's a bad scene, all right. She's been kidnapped by the evil Chestnut King. Oh, no. You gotta know, I met with some of the Waffle Kingdom cabinet members the other day. It was pretty intense, bro. Want to hear what happened? It's a long story. Okay, I assume that that will... I assume that will build, and we'll have a stream of just Luigi story time. I think that'll be fun. Welcome to the home of Merlin, the super magician. I foresaw your arrival. I can aid you if you wish. With 3 shine sprites, I can power up a booze. Obviously Coops, dude. Yes, if I only have 4, so for now I'll do just Coops. Luigi, I love him. That was for 50. Okay, well, I mean, we'll try it. That'll be the stream finale. We'll try and see how deep we can get in the bottom of the well. Bottom of the well. That's what we're calling it. Wah. Mar. Meow. Care to power up more? I can't. I don't have the money for that. Sorry. Return someday. I certainly will. Okay, let's go do some... Oh, I should have... Is there a fast travel in this game? Because I missed a badge in... Petalburg. I forgot to grab. Sleepy sheep! That actually sounds really useful. Oh, my item in my inventory is almost full, so, well, that's fine. I can't go this way because she's still mad that I stepped on her contact lens. Look no further. There's fast travel-ish eventually. No more shopping. Where's the badge? The badge shop. Where do I buy badges from? To get OP straps with. I mean, I guess I'll buy it because I have the money. I'm not really buying anything else. Go down the pipe to the sewer and go left. Oh, okay, okay. Thank you. What a deal. I feel like I need to, I might go back to Petalburg and grab the badge I missed. Is it a good badge? The one, like, just in the town? Stealing your star piece. Leaving now. Goodbye. I'm gonna steal your shit. It's a huge secret, but you look like an okay guy. I was thieving out of town up about 3 months ago. Then the heat came down and I needed to hide out, so I came to Rogueport. Lying low in thieves to keep secret. I'm so slick. Sir, you sure are, dude. Is there anything here? Nope. Okay, we'll buy some badges. We'll go back to Petalburg, get the badge I missed. And then... Can we talk about how, like, morbid it is in this game to have, like, the town noose in the middle of... That's kind of fucked up, right? Or, like, that's not just me. It's interactable? Okay, I gotta see what... Like, does Goombella have something to say about it? To follow the fucking laws. Goombella might have something to say about it. Ne'er-do-wells. I mean... Oh, like you can touch it. Okay, interesting. Okay, but Coops is better, so... Did he get more health from that, or... He did, okay. Coops officially has more health than I do. Alright, Weege. Wait a second. Haha! Or I'll bop you. For the game over thing was... Dude, that'd be fucked up. That'd be so fucked up. That would be so not okay. Literally, like, traumatizing. That'd be so fucked up. Oh my dear god, dude. Alright, let's go down the sewer. I don't want to talk to you. Leave me alone, battle guy. There's really funny fan art of Goombella reacting to Mario jumping at and her saying, Mario, you good? Oh my god, dude. I don't know how to contribute to this conversation. Dazzle, I collect star pieces. The more I collect, the happier I am. If you have any star pieces, I'll trade my badges for them. Which badge do you want to trade for? Okay, let's take a look here. I have 7. Partner attack by 1. Boost the attack of Mario's jump and hammer attacks by 1. Decrease the FP your partner uses for moon. Okay, that's nice. Those two are actually really nice. Oh, I want that one. I might save and get that one. Shit. That's kind of nice. I think I'm gonna save. I think the first one I want is this quick change. That sounds so nice. The quick change sounds so nice, dude. So we're gonna save. I'll grab it later. For now, I want. I want to go back to Petalburg real quick. Quick change is OP, at least in the original. Go ahead. If it works the same, then I mean, go ahead. Oh, I can't like walk off the edge, can I? They make Mario like stop before he can walk off the edge, and that's really nice. Yeah, we can talk about why it's OP while I go on a little adventure to go get my shit here. Because I forgot to grab it on the way out like a dummy. Coops, we're going back. We're going home. You didn't use it automatically stop. You just used to be able to walk off the edge in the original. Yeah, I think I remember seeing people do that. It's very nice to have it just not walk me off the edge so I can kind of get to the edge of the platform to jump appropriately for things. Petalburg. Is it in the first screen or the second screen? I think it's the second screen. Yeah, because it's on the side of Coop's house. Grumble, grumble. Man, Bomb Dude is like really having a rough time. There it is. Mega Rush P. Okay, so that's the partner version of the badge I bought. How is Thousand Year Door? So far, I'm really enjoying it. My favorite part is when Hooktail offered for me to sniff her paw. I think, Chris, I love you so much, by the way. Just like the whole interaction. Man, that's funny. I hope you always hold that over me, because I think that's very you, and it's very funny. He took the deal.
Don't forget to finish the story, and the part where he gleefully accepted the offer as all of chat cheered him on. Yep.
I already talked about how, as a furry, I have an obligation. You know, it was Paw Day the other day, so, you know, I had to. I will say, Midnight, I knew it was gonna happen because of the, I've seen people play this game. It's like I think I want to go. No, not that one. I remember bits and pieces of this game, and that was one of the bits. However, the change where the father comes out and says that he also fell for that trick, that was not something I remembered. And everyone clapped. True, dude. Oh, I want to do the Pit of 100 Trials. I'm the devil on your shoulder. Let's scroll back up so I can read the. In the original, buffs only tick down the timer of how long they last when your turn is up and the partner is on the field. The quick change, you can attack and then take your super buffed up partner off the field, then attack with Mario. The next turn, bring them back and buff them more. Okay, so then if you use a buffing move and then switch out and switch back, you can buff them again. And it stacks. That's interesting. And everyone clapped. Dude, look. I thought it was funny, all right? I think my favorite part was where I said I knew it was a trick, and then Chris's reaction was, "That's even worse. That just means you're thirsty." That was my favorite reaction to the to the accepting of it. Oh god, dude, it's so funny. He's not wrong. Hey, look, chill. You just chill out, all right? I'm just here to have a good time, all right? You basically said I know it's a trick, but the upside is so good I'm taking it. Look, stop. Chill. You need to chill. Yeah. I wasn't like obvious about it. I just saw it and was like, oh, that's kind of funny. What if we say yes? Haha. Oh, I want Goombella out, actually. Okay, that one I wasn't ready for. I thought it was funny. I did think it was funny. I thought it was very funny. All right, so Pit of 100 Trials is gonna be rough. These guys have a lot of health. Goombella is just this game's version of young Sheldon. I'm right about this. Me gunning down a Goomba in the alleyway. Too early. Okay, I think my next level up will be health. I'm gonna keep Goombella out for tattling if I need to, and then I'll switch Koops in if I get the if I get an enemy that I have seen all of already. I think when I read the sign, it said that the first strike things wouldn't work, but they are working. This is a Koops match for sure. Oh, but I haven't tattled on these guys. That's a Spinia. Totally made of thin, papery boards. Okay, I think I'm gonna do the earthquake thing. That's what I'll do. Let's try out the new special move. Press A with perfect timing. Okay, well, what's the timing? Okay. Okay, that's fine. They made it this a lot easier. Was it harder in the original? It didn't look super hard. Okay, yeah, that's really strong. I mean, if nothing else, this is a good way to level up. If I don't... Ooh, Sleepy Sheep. That's actually really nice. I might use some items down here for my own sake. Yeah, I think we get Koops out. I think his attack is probably up, right? So let's get Koops out. Yeah, give me that star power. I guess I don't feel like I'm getting a lot. Because it didn't have when you needed to press A, just a star where you needed to hit it, and they were similar. Oh, that's right. I'm remembering that now. I am remembering what that looked like now. I do think it's probably still the strongest, right? I'm gonna have to super bounce on this guy, I think. Okay, and then Koops can probably shell toss kill. Perfect. So far, this is going pretty well. On the third floor, man, this is going real well. Until it makes me fight Hooktail again, whatever. All right, so this is a Koops situation here. Dude, Koops, leveling up Koops for this was definitely a good play. He's one-shot everything. I'll allow it. I mean... Does the dragon have it, or is it the Koopa? I think the Koopa is the one. He's the one that fell for the trick about the feed, so. Been there, done that, took the deal. Look. I thought it was funny. All right, look. I feel like y'all are attacking me, all right? I don't... This is bullying. Chat, we're bullying him with the truth. Just because it's the correct choice doesn't also mean it can't be the funny choice. Exactly. It's both correct and funny. I lived, it didn't get me killed, you know? It's like, come on. Work with me here, chat. What's this? Hello. Hey, what's up? I'm a mover. I know a few things about getting through this dungeon. Riku coins like move where you want to go. Oh, fuck yeah. Okay, so I have a question. Are items on every 10 floors? What are the item tiers, I guess? Every 10 floors, so I can pay this guy to go down 3 floors, basically. I'm already at 7, so I don't want to. I mean, yeah, I'll skip 2 levels for 10 coins. Ooh. 10 floors seems reasonable, you know? We're gonna do this so I can get my FP back. If I can hit the flowers, dude. Okay, I got 6 of them. I got more than I thought. Get wrecked. Only 5? Dude, I'm not getting a lot of points for this. For having 7 health, I'm not getting a lot of XP for this. Oh, and more FP. Actually really sick. All right. Okay, so is the goal level 50? Is that the goal? Sleepy Stomp. Is that good? I mean, I guess I should use these. Just for now, anyway. I do want Goombella out for this guy. I hit the wrong way, Mario. What are you doing? Oh god, what are these spider dudes? Okay. That's a Goomba. Oh, I didn't tattle him before he fell. Whoops, I'm a stupid dumb. Okay, well, I guess I'll just do this. Hey, go us, go me. I'm getting, I had a mess with the bingos a little bit ago, but I'm getting much better at them. Okay, tattle the spider dudes. That's a piter. Ew. It's me. Oh, welcome back. I get the feeling that I don't have a lot of time to do more of these. Okay. She's young Sheldoning. Hey, they're missing. All right. Let's switch to Coops. And then I'm gonna power bounce on the top one. I'm gonna power bounce again. There we go, that's what we like to see. And I'm not coming back. Okay, that's fair. You don't have to. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, I'm gonna stop. The stream will end at 4:20, and it will end in 17 minutes, regardless of what happens. Uh-oh. Dank time. Yeah, we're gonna stream ends at 4:20. I think we switch to Goombella. I use an item as Mario. I think probably just use a Fire Flower. I don't know if it'll hurt the rock dude, but okay. What's this guy's defense? Do I have to use a power block on him? I'm kind of afraid that that's gonna be the case. Oh, I can probably... I want to make a persona for Ronald Reagan. Why? Why? I'll probably just jump on this guy and we'll do one more. Hey, super guard. Okay, so at worst I can super guard. So actually that's what we'll do. We'll swap to Koops. I'm gonna use Sweet Treat again for healing and FP. Perfect, because you can. I mean, I why not, you know? do you, my guy. And he's dead. Perfect. That was perfect. Yo, nice. There goes the nice, but it was there for a match at least. I might have to have Goombella out here for a little bit, for a while. Definitely. Oh, I didn't get the hammer. Shit. Okay, it's fine. Okay, just the pokies. That's a pokey. Max HP is 4, attack is 3, defense is 0. Look at those spines. Those would hurt if you stomp on it. They can even call friends for help. Of course they can. Okay. Now we use a Fire Flower. Kill them all. Okay, the pokies are dead. Oh shit. Please, yes, give me that right now. Thank you. I messed up. She's at 4, so she should be fine. Okay, I think we multi-bounce. Fail it on purpose. Attack. You. Well, fuck that up. And then I can hammer this guy. I have to kill him with Mario, so that's I can't use Sweet Treat. That's okay. Actually, if I can do one more fight, I might be able to just level up. Oh, or I can get health like that. There we go. This might actually just kill... Oh, but there's 3 of them. Okay, I think I can multi-bounce, and it's fine. And then... Nope, I want to tattle on the cloud. You got clouds in your book, Goombella? That's a Dark Puff. Don't touch it when it does, youch. Well, that's unfortunate. I guess I have to hammer that one. Okay. But that's good. And now Goombella can kill this one. And level up, I think. Nope, not quite. Next one will be a level up for sure, though. Dude, we're cruising through this. I don't know what level I'm on, but we're cruising. Okay. Okay, I think we definitely... you know what? I have one more Fire Flower. I'm gonna save the POW blocks for high defense stuff, and I think I am gonna switch in Koops for this. Out. Sweet. Koops, end it. I can't multi-bounce. That's okay. Jump. Okay, definitely a huge level up from that. I was gonna do health, but I feel like health is not actually a super huge issue. Maybe I should, though. I think we'll do health. We'll do health, we'll do FP next time, for sure. Because with all the stylish moves, it'll be slower, but I can use all my FP and then use Sweet Treat to get almost all of it back. This is level 15, all right. Dude, this takes a long time. Okay, I do want Goombella for this guy. Dang. That's not okay. Okay, there we go. I won't mess. I didn't mess it up this time by hitting him first. It's a Gloomba with wings. Okay. E. Okay. All right. Let's use the. Since we just leveled up, I can afford to use this, and it's fine. Hey! Maximum. That probably killed them all, right? It didn't kill them. That did, though. Let's go. Super guard. Let's freaking go, dude. We love super guard. Okay, I can probably get to floor 20 before the stream needs to be over. So we'll get to floor 20, and then I'll figure out. We're gonna do this. There we go. If you're ending early for the D&D game, it got canned. Oh, did it? Good to go to 50 still. Okay, let's do that. That'll still be the finale of the stream. If it did get canceled, let me double check. I had a feeling it would, but I was like, okay, that's okay. I'm okay with that. One second. Okay. Just checking with Ultimate Raid Group. We canceling tonight. What did I miss? We're just doing the can't you for as many people. I mean, that's fine. So then. I fucked that up real bad. Okay, so in that case, we can go to 50, and then I think that'll be the end of the stream. Or I die, whichever comes first. That is what I was gonna end for. But at this point, now I need to end before 7. Actually, hold on. Bring dad to, okay. Hold on. If I can finish before 5, I might be able to do a different thing. You're not doing anything. You're gonna appeal to the crowd. Hello, I'm Coops. I'm your favorite. It's true. Can I hammer when you're up there, or? Didn't think so. Well, that's annoying. Appeal to the crowd. Everyone loved me. I don't know if I answered your question. We're just fighting more enemies. Ow. I wasn't ready for that. Okay. Can I defend? I'll defend. Yeah, let's go, dude. I love Super Guard killing enemies. It's so nice. Okay, next match we'll probably use Sweet Treat. I feel like it's better to use Koops for the first strike, because I think he just has more damage. Okay, actually we can just shell toss it, it's fine. I don't want to do the Sweet Treat here, because I hate these enemies. Or because I have to kill them with a hammer. I'll do it in the next one for sure, though, I think. Dang, the bingo would have been nice, actually, too. Heck. Good news, he's dropping flowers. I do like how much the enemies drop the flowers and stuff. Actually... Actually, okay, I can do this without. That's 2, and then Koops. I can Power Shell and actually kill the other cloud as well. Okay, that worked out. And he's floating. That's annoying. That's okay. I got the healing thing. Dude, the healing badge is so nice. I'm getting lots of coins too, so I can buy a lot of items when I do this, to be honest. I wish I had a way to heal out of combat. Oh, yo, level 20? Let's go. Fire Drive. Attack all ground enemies while ignoring defense. Ignoring defense? Hell yeah, dude. That's actually super nice. Oh, that's expensive, though. Let's do this. I'm not using those right now. And we'll take off. Hold on, my audio is desynced for me. Give me a second to fix that. There you go. There we go. Okay. All right. I think we take off multi-bounce. And then we'll put Fire Drive on. It's an expensive move, but we'll see how strong it is. Because having a stronger hit everything move with Mario specifically, is very nice. Especially with all of these enemies. Let's do it right now. I can't. That's a spiky Gloomba. Are there tanning salons? All right, let's see if we can do this. We'll do this to get health and FP back. I guess specifically I want Mario health. Oops. Ah, damn. Okay. Do you need to hop out of here? Talk to you later. All right. Bye. Have a wonderful rest of your day. I will chat with you later. Oh, that's not good. Shit. Ow, dude, he sprinted at me. Okay, let's do this. That's a bandit. Tries to monk guard coins, jerk. Damn. That would have been nice. Okay, whew. Okay, ooh, the healing. All right. We're gonna use Sweet Treat again. Yes, give me the heals. Dude, that was good. Neat dreams. How's it going? How you doing? Welcome. Welcome to the Pit of 100 Trials stream. How you doing? I hope you're having a wonderful time. A wonderful Saturday. Hey, and then the fire will probably kill him. Huge. That was good. We came out of that battle really nice, actually. Just chilling. Well, I hope I'm glad that you're chilling here now. Always love to see your face. Okay, so okay, we're gonna tattle the ghost. That's a boo! Everyone's favorite ghost. Well, almost everyone. Max HP 7, attack is 3, defense 0. Nothing to write home about on the attack side, but it can turn itself or allies invisible. Turns invisible, you won't be able to heat it, so beat it while you can see it. Boos are kind of cute, but I sure wouldn't want to meet one in the dark alley. If I run into one in the bathroom in the middle of the night, well, never mind you what I'd do. Alright, let's try and do this action. It will hit all of them. I don't know what that did. Oh, okay. That's fine. Ah, I missed, loser. Oh, because he's dizzy. All right. Okay, we're gonna switch to Mario. We're gonna switch in Koops, and then Koops is gonna take out the rest of them with Power Shell. Oh, I see. Okay. Shit. Oh, it didn't matter. The fire can still hit him. That item could have implied various things. I thought the same, but it's fine. It just makes people dizzy, that's all. Dude, look at all the coins, dude. Let's go. I'm just glad that the burn was really good. The burn's really nice. The fire charge is actually really good. Chris, thank you for pointing that out. What floor are we on? Because I'm about to go down 5 floors here. 23. Yeah, we're going down 5. Down 5 levels. Get me down there, bud. I've made so much money in here. Dude, so easy. That saved like 20 minutes to be honest. Oh, Lakitu. Let's get Goombell out here again. Is it weird that I hammer everything? Is that... I think we tattle, and then I'm gonna sweet treat on this turn. That's a Lakitu, a member of the Koopa clan that rides on clouds. Max HP is 5, attacks 2, defense is 0. They attacks by throwing spiny eggs. If you stop it with holding its egg, you will take damage, so don't do it. Shiny eggs also hatch into spinies, so beat Lakitu before fighting the spinies. Where does it keep all the eggs? It's probably in the cloud somewhere. It's got like a little pocket. Wah! Oops. Okay, well I got the healing on that at least. I'm missing the flowers though, which sucks because they're on the opposite side of the map. Okay, luckily it's only 2 enemies here, so I'm not too super bummed. And we're almost at full health, so... Sweet. That was a good guard. I'll probably power smash. Dude, look at all the stars. They love me. Another one. I should have tattled on the spiny. That's okay. I probably won't kill it. Not like that. Oh shit. That's bad. Oh, huge. That was actually really nice. Okay. Yes, and I killed the other dude. That's actually so good. All right. Nope. Just tattle the guy. That's a spiny. A spike-covered Koopa. Looks painful. Max HP is 3, attacks, defense is 3. If you flip them over, jumping on them is playing to try using a power block or some other item. How do I flip them over? Unless I just want to super guard them. Super guard might be the way to go here. Just so I don't have to use an item. I'll just defend. Oh, he curled up. Well. Too early. I'm just gonna super guard him to death because I don't want to use any of my items right now. You, god damn it. Hold on, I got this. Yeah, people are leaving because they're like, fuck this. Hey, there we go. I don't do enough damage to kill him. His defense is too high for me to bonk him, but I wanted to kill him without using any resources, so I was trying to super guard. But there we go, we got it. Okay, I think this should be 19 or 29. I don't think I got the bob-omb last time. That's a bomb. It attacks by blowing itself up. Max is used for attack is 2, defense is 1. Bomb will get totally mad if you damage it. They have like super short fuses. When it gets mad, it'll charge and explode on this turn. That attack really hurts. If it's mad, it'll blow up on the slightest contact, so don't attack directly. Attack it from a step away with a hammer or hit it with something hard like a shell. Okay, so definitely attack him. There we go. Okay. And the next turn I'll swap in Koopa. Jesus. Oh, she's below 5 now, so it missed. Sweet. Okay, so let's switch in Koops. I don't have enough for Power Shell, so I guess we'll just... Actually, honestly, I think I defend. So that they don't blow up. That was too early. Okay, and then now I Sweet Treat. To get FP back, and then I can Power Shell them. I'm trying to get health just as like a bonus, but the flower points are definitely more worth. Yeah, okay, that's full health for both of us, and then full FP. Oh man, we're maxed out. That did a lot of damage, Jesus Christ. And level up. Okay, we're doing FP for sure. We'll do FP and then we'll do badges. Because I don't think we'll level up before we get to 50 again. So the FP will be nice because now we can use more special moves. And maxed out stars, huge. That should have been 29. I'll double check here. Okay, yeah, so this should be 30. So 20 more floors. Zap tap. Level 30, okay. This isn't so bad. I mean, for being like so early in the game, like I'm level 4. Or like whatever. Like this isn't so bad. Probably should have jumped on him. Uh-oh, his defense is too high. Oh, I get. I have to jump on him. That's a Dark Koopa. It lives in dark places that light never reaches. Max HP is 8, attack is 4, defense is 2. It does have the same weaknesses. Flip it over and it's helpless. Okay, that one's gonna use the item. But... he has a lot of health, too. That's a Buzzy Beetle. Defense is 4. Okay. I'm dizzy, but I've been getting very lucky, I think. Parabuzzy. Okay. Now we can switch to Koops, and everything will be fine. Like the one situation where it would have been nice to have multi-bounce. Okay, so now we jump. And then head bonk. And then don't get up, please. They all got up. Okay, we switched to Koops. For sure. And then Power Shell. Okay. Okay. Ah, too early. That's fine. We're gonna Power Bounce on the Koopa. Power Shell didn't do anything, so I'll just Shell Toss. Star, 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 star. Nope. Perfect. What a shot Knur's doing early during a first playthrough. Look. Yo, he helped me. Well, thanks, bud. I was told that there's good items, and specifically a increased inventory size. So that's why we're here. Floor 50. I think I'm done at 50. That's definitely where we're stopping. And in the meantime, good levels. We are at 33-ish. 31, I think, actually. That was only the first floor. Oh god, that was only the first. That was only the first of the 30s. I hope I find the mover again, dude. That'd be so good. That's a green one. I'm gonna use a POW block in this one, I feel. Yeah, this will be a POW block. Or I think Earth Tremor, probably. Oops, no, I want to just see it. That's a Hyper Cleft. Only is 4. Okay, yeah, we're definitely gonna use Earth Tremor here. I do, I just messed it up that time. Perfect. It fried my brain seeing a tattle without it. Look. I just messed it up. Hey, okay, we're good. I have been doing a lot of stylish learning for these for the beginning of this. Learning Coop's stylish moves was a bit of a pain for because because I just couldn't get the timing on them, but I figured it out. It might be fine to do coops for this one. I guess we'll see. There we go. That's what we really want. Unfortunately, I do want to tattle on those guys. God, I wish I had multi-bounce. That's what we're gonna do. Swap. I am going to 50, yes. I don't have... Oh, that's bad. You always wish you had more BP in this game. That's true. I'm using it. Boop. Hey, it knocked them all over. Huge. Oh, I didn't think that would hurt me too. Oopsies. What the fuck? What the fuck is that? Oh shit, I might die. This is bad. Okay, I have the life shroom. It's good. We're chilling. I didn't know what the fuck that was. Oh, I forgot to even do it that time. Defense is 1. The difference between them and the other Koopas is they can attack from their backs. While they're on the backs, their attack gets boosted. Oh, wonderful. That's great. That's so wonderful. Well, fuck. Go to sleep, please. Okay. Oof. Okay, you get the fuck out of here. Coops, come in. I need you. Okay. Star, 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 star. Fuck. Shit. He didn't take damage from that, did he? Okay, okay, that killed it, so it's fine. They will probably wake up and then they don't get a turn, right? There's so many rocks, dude! Okay, do I have... I have to. I have to use this and then have Koops do, Power Shell. Okay, whew. That was scary. Those guys were scary. Those guys are very scary. This is 32. Oh, fuck. Okay. Whew. Dude, get your rock shit out of here. Have I gotten the mover yet? I have. I've seen 2. So I have skipped a few floors. Okay. What do you spend your... I have not spent star pieces on anything yet. I'm going to spend them on the one that lets you swap partners without losing a turn. I only need one more star piece to get that. I still need a few more star pieces. Yeah. Unfair, dude. Okay, 7's good. It's always nice to just like walk around. I have been doing that. I've been smashing every terrain piece. I've been walking behind stuff. All right. All right. Ah, too early. 12 so far before my Switch controller died. Ah, oof. All right. Jump on this guy. And then Coop should be able to finish it off. I actually don't know if I... That's a can. Get out of here. Whose team are you on? Will Coops do damage? He should. I have plenty of health, so I can afford to, yeah. And then he's just gonna stand back up. There we go. Okay, we're good. Okay, I think we're in a pretty good spot right now. I would like to have more FP, but I can sweet treat if I need to. Oh, we're gonna level up here soon too, and that'll help a lot. Let's do some of this. Fire drive is just too expensive right now, I think. I don't know, dude. I want multi-balance. It only counts one. That's been super useful. I've not been power smashing, so I think we do multi-bounce instead of power smash. I think that's good. That's a good counter, especially because Coop's power shell is just much better than my power smash right now. I guess I do also have fire drive instead, which is better. This is probably dangerous, but I guess I can tattle and then probably do something else. Depends on defense at the end of the day. Power bounce is good, but it only does 1 per and won't do any on enemies with defense. I think it's just good for like Koopas and stuff. If I get a group of Koopas, as long as they're not the shady Koopas, it's fine. Sucking out FP, that's annoying. Okay, now we do... You know, actually, I can't hurt the hyper thing, so I think I have to use Earth Tremor just to kill it. So we're just gonna skip this fight, basically. Okay. Okay, we just need one more fight. We'll level up, and then I can not feel like I'm in incredible danger anymore. Okay, I probably don't need Goombella for this, so we'll just do this. And this guy I can jump on. So OP for chapter 2. Dude, honestly, I kind of feel like I probably am. I think I want Koops to go first for sure. Why is there a piranha plant in the crowd? What? Okay. I think I'm gonna use my final fire flower here. I guess that's only a regen mushroom. I don't know. I'm probably fine. Let's just... That's a bone! Get out of here, dude! I think it's fine. Oh, I missed? That's okay. I was out of flower points anyway. So honestly, it's not even a huge bummer. Oh, he's using it on his buddy. Well, that's not amazing. Okay. Aster stole your joke? Wow, my favorite Paper Mario character is Goon. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, I wasn't ready for that. There we go. Nerd. Get wrecked. As far as I'm aware, that's Aster's joke now. That's funny. Get wrecked. Alright, another level up. Frick you, Moth Boy. Goobanella. Alright, we did it. Oh my god, dude. Alright, another level up. I think we do FP again. Or badge points. I think we do FP again. We'll do badge points next, because I'm happy with my badge layout right now. We'll do badge points on the next level up for sure, though. Okay, we're chilling, dude. Can I get a mover? I'm sick of the 30s. I hate being in my 30s. God. I had meant to hammer, but I guess it wouldn't have mattered because I'm full on everything. Alright. We're gonna see if you can do anything with Power Shell, and if not, I'm just gonna hammer. You cannot hurt them. All right. Earth Tremor it is. At least when I'm at full everything, that's a good time to use Earth Tremor. Because then I can focus on doing stylish stuff since I'm at full health. But otherwise I don't know how to fight the clefs because I just don't have the attack power. I do have Super Guard, but I don't. The Hyper Clefs scare me. Fire Drive also does lighting on fire. You're right, you're right. So there is that as well. So if I need to use that, I can. Please look at me. Look at me. There we go. Oh, I waited too long that time. Couldn't be the king of the Goombas. Hey, take that. My FP is mine, loser. Dude, look at all the ghosts in the crowd. Everyone down here has tried and died. All right, what floor are we on? Oh, I got a spinny dizzy thing. Dizzy dial. It totally doesn't look like anything else that would be anything different. 38. They are your unfortunate victims. Apparently. Alright, that's what I was worried about. These guys scare the fuck out of me. Goops is gonna go first. Power shell the fuck out of him. Yeah, I think fire drive here for sure. If I super guard all these, they die. Hey. Will Aster vanish in a dark alleyway? You may rely on it. Star, 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 star. Fuck, I did it again. I don't want to jump on him because he's gonna... Honestly, I think I just defend and then have him attack and super guard it. There we go. Perfect. Good fight. All right, level 40. If I die here, it's game over, right? By the way, if I die in this area, a game over is taking me back to the last save. I just assume that that's the case. Shaw has been here longer than me and just realized this game is an RPG. Pretty much. Okay, so don't die. So when I get to 50, we're done. When Mario takes damage in battle, occasionally recovers. Oh, that's nice. The pity flower. All right, last. You got one of the worst badges in the game. It costs 3. Oh god, I need Goombella. It costs 3 and doesn't do a lot, so you can't end on a high note. All right. Goombella, go first. Tell me about this bomb, because the bomb scares me more than the Shade Koopas do. That's a bulky bomb, but it's huge. Defense is 1. It's weird. It never attacks, but once its fuse is lit, it'll blow up on its own eventually. Don't mind taking itself out of the battle. That explosion hurts us too. When power's up, the attack is 8, so watch out. Okay. I don't want multi. I want power bounce. Okay, he can't use his item now. I'm okay with that. Hit it and it lights up the fuse. It will hit everyone on screen. Oh no! Shit! That's bad. Earth Tremor? I can Earth Tremor. Star, star, star. Hey, there we go. Bingo. Is that going to give me all my FP back? I hope so. Nope, just the star power. I might have to Earth Tremor here. I gotta stream this game myself. Well, then I'll raid you here in a minute, because once I get to 50, I'm gonna end the stream, and I'm gonna save and end the stream. So I'm gonna raid you then.
Star. Yep, yep.
So be ready for that. I don't want an earth tremor. Maybe I'll just I have full health. We'll just tank the explosion. To be completely honest, it's fine. Don't you dare. Okay, bye. I'm gonna. You can't stop me. I forgot to stylish, it's fine. Okay, that one's dead, and he's gonna explode. Let's switch. Let's get Koops in here. That's not good. There he goes. Okay, so his attack power went up, and I forgot it did that. So I think Earth Tremor might be my only solution without getting fucked. So that's what we're gonna do. It's fine. Okay, and that should do enough damage to kill the bomb. And then Koops can finish off the Koopa. Hey, we did it. God, we're gonna level up one more time before we get to the end. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. I should have used Koops. I'm not going to do any damage to this. Oh, I did do damage. Okay, so Koops can kill them in 2 turns. I think I have to let Koops deal with the last of that. Definitely Fire Drive. I'm not gonna do that. That's a rock. Get out of here, dude. I love that Koops just like off screen shells at the dude. We're gonna sweet treat and then hopefully get us a bunch of flowers back. Oops, that's fine. No more flowers. I'm okay with that. I think this will be full health. 6 is okay. Oh, that's a problem. That's a problem. Well, shit. Now what? That's bad. Fuck. All right, I guess we have to use the power block. Dude, look at the fucking experience. Oh my god. That was so much experience. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Holy shit. Alright, give us some badge points. I think I'm gonna do badge points until 21. And then we'll do something else, because I'm gonna be really strong for Act 2. 42. All right, can I get a mover, please? Dude, it's only the second floor of this fucking... I hate the 40s already. Fireball. I assume I can't jump on the fireball. There's 2 of them, so I'm gonna go ahead and just... But why can you hammer the fireball? It's a magic hammer. It's a magic item. Once you can start getting HP and FP badges, badge points become better. I think so, too, yeah. Like, I have a feeling badge points will just be the best option here. Make sure you don't attack it with fire. Apparently it's vulnerable to explosions and ice. Alright, Coops, get back in here. My boy, Coops. Oops. Okay. It's doing a lot of damage. We're gonna Sweet Treat, I think, and then Coops can finish it off with, Hey, yeah, give Mario health, please. Oops. I need those, no! Unlucky. You did get the chapter 1 HP plus, right? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not entirely sure. There's a lot of hidden goodies around Hooktail's castle. I got a lot of them. I don't think I got all of them. Worth a revisit? Maybe. Maybe I'll go back there later. We'll see. For now, I'm stuck here, so until I get to 50. I either get to 50 or I die. You know? Did I fight Gus? I did not fight Gus. I definitely didn't fight Gus. Oh god, the dark pokey. Oh god, the spinies. Dude, I'm using an item for this fight for sure. A poison pokey. I'm using an item. I'm dizzy dialing. All right. Oh, okay. So one of them didn't get dizzy. Okay. Dude, I love the eyes. Look at the big eyes. Super guarding the poison pokies is super worth. We'll see. I don't think now's the time to be testing that. So for now, we're gonna not. play riskier. Not here. If I die, I've already gone through 40 fucking places, dude. I don't want to die here. That'd be so fucking depressing if I died here. I've gotten like 4 levels alone from just this place, and then the fire charge and the items and stuff. That would be so shitty if I died. I'm playing safe as fuck. Okay. That's what I get. That's what I get for trying. There, I tried to super guard it. Happy. How many points? 36? Hell yeah, dude. I'm gonna level up one more time before we're done here. Give me health, thank God. 44. The projectile one is worth. Why? It just does it deflect the projectile? No other projectile super guards have done that. Can I do this? I think. Oh, come on. Hey, there we go. All right. That's why I'm telling you. Okay. 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 So that didn't do damage. Shit. What do I do here? I guess I super guard them. I don't know what else to do. I guess, yeah, appeal. And then Mario, I'm gonna have defend. Dude, that was fast. Oh shit, that's bad. I'm gonna switch out for Goombella, I think. She'll be fine. They're weak to, they don't do fire. Let's just do a mushroom. I think Mario needs the health more. Okay, I can sweet treat. Fuck. Okay. Coops, get back in here. I guess I'm just gonna do Earth Tremor. Oh, I super guarded. Let's go. Fuck. Okay, that's fine. I'll just Earth Tremor. Did someone off stage just come grab my friend? I got you, bud. That's funny. All right, get the fuck out of here. He's gone forever. If Cruz, they just like grabbed him. They pulled him away. Is he back? That's so funny. All right. Fuck, dude. Okay, we're good. What level is this? What level are we on? We're starting to 45, dude. Okay. I'm gonna go down a floor. We'll see if there's the mover. If the mover is not here, unlucky. I'm gonna use some items. Okay. I think we're probably fine now. I could fire drive. Do I fire drive? YOLO? That didn't do that much damage. I guess because they were... because they weren't... they didn't increase their strength. I was hoping that would end it, but... Alright, that wasn't so bad. I can sweet treat soon if I need to, and that will give us some health back. Okay, 46. Here's 47. We're almost there. That's bad. Honestly, I kind of want... Ugh. Fire drive won't hit the... I have to get Earth Tremor to hit the fucking paratrooper. Okay. Yeah, give me that health back. I mean, honestly, maybe you're not. Maybe that isn't a bad idea. That was a bad idea. Because it's not weak to fire at all. I don't have any more health. I thought the bomb ignored defense. I guess not. I think this specific enemy is immune to explosions. I think Goombella said that explosions are not good. I think I sweet treat for health because I don't have any more healing items, and then I try super guarding more. Oh, fuck. Seven health for Mario. That's actually really nice. Okay. And then you can appeal the crowd. Dude, I can't get the timing on the para spinies. I just can't. I'm gonna do Sweet Treat one more time to max out. And then Koops is gonna appeal, and then I'm just gonna keep trying to super guard, I think. Fuck. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. Full health, 13 out of 15. Almost full. Hi, please give us energy. Oh, so, oh, I got it. Huge. Yes, appeal to the masses. Yes! Hammer toss. Oh, hammer toss. Yeah, I can't wait for hammer toss. I remember that now. As people say stuff to me about the game, I remember the things about the game that from when I watched it way back. I'll just defend, I guess. Yes, we're doing it. Oh, that was too late. Damn. Okay, well now I have to Earth Tremor, I think. I don't have to do full, I can just do like... Oh, there he goes! I can just do like 2 or 3. I'm not gonna do the full thing, because it'll take too long. Okay, that should be fine for 2 damage. It still did 4 damage. Alright, and then after the next one, I'll level up, and then hopefully that'll give me my star energy back. So as long as we don't get one of the flying spinies again, it should be fine. What was that? 40... 48, or 47. Okay, so if this next floor is a mover, we're done. If not, we'll have to fight 2 more fights. Nope. No, 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 no. Perish. Okay. I should have done super bounce, but it's fine. Fuck. I think I can hammer. And then another power shell. And then it should be over. Oop. Flower, 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 flower. Yay! We love the bingo. I'm just gonna switch and do it again, and then that'll kill it. Did that not kill him? I guess I'll jump, it's fine. Oh, it's because his defense went up, that's right, okay. If he had more than 2 health, that would have been a problem, but it's fine. I guess he would have just gotten another turn. Another level up! All right, that's our last level up for this excursion. $18 badge points, huge. A B-list star. Oh, sweet. That's gonna make me way stronger, actually, I think, right? Because then I get more star energy really fast. All right, this is the last fight. Oh, it's a different stage now. Let's go. And now they'll die if I hammer, if I Earth Tremor, so I'm just gonna do that. I don't feel like I'm doing that on purpose. Like at that last one, I felt like I was automatically doing very much focusing on like the feeling rather than actually paying attention to the mini game. All right, get me the fuck out of here, dude. We're done. Let's go. Up to 20 items. I mean, 5 extra items isn't as much as I was hoping, but I mean, I guess extra 5 items is super nice. Get me the fuck out of here. All right. Hey, we did it. Let's go. I'm gonna heal and then save again. I have so much money. All right, dude. Huge. That was fun. Let's go ahead and just leave out. I have so much money. That's gonna be the end of the stream here. I need to eat some food. Oh, is this gonna fill out with every party member I get? That's gonna be fun. I can't wait for that. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Let's go raid Chris. Chris is definitely the victim of my raid today. Because they're also playing it. Where are they? Yeah, there they are. Chris Key raid. All right, they're in Hooktail's castle right now, which is funny. They've played the game before though, so but yeah, thanks, yeah, I'm glad you guys had a fun time. Thanks everyone for showing up. I really appreciate it whenever people show up. We're 1 follow away from 400, and I'm really excited about that. But yeah, this is a ton of fun. I can see why everyone loves this game so much. I hope everyone has a wonderful rest of your evening. Go raid Chris if you're and hit him with the part of the guild, part of the team. This will be our raid message. There we go. That'll be our raid message for Chris. But yeah, everyone go tell them they're lovely, they're wonderful. We love Chris. Chris is great. They're also very cute. Tell them they're cute. Always tell them they're cute. And I'll see you guys later this weekend. Maybe tomorrow. Definitely Monday. One of those two of those days. On one of them. We'll see what the goal. I'm pretty sure I'm planning on streaming tomorrow. Maybe Memorial Day. We'll have to see what the plan is, because I had plans, but they're changing. But yeah, go say hi to Chris. I love you all. Hugs and kisses. Mwah. Have a good rest of your night.